Good morning and welcome back to the Sunday morning stream, guys. We are doing some 3.24 gameplay today. We're gonna go do some mining. We have a lot of orders that we've got to get delivered and sold, and I really want to talk about CitizenCon. I haven't got a chance to go live in a while, and to be fair, the reason I haven't really gone live is because 3.24 has been entirely unplayable for the most part. I don't know if you guys have tried playing 3.24, but it is absolutely abysmal in how they have just executed this patch. They pushed it out way too fast, likely in an effort to get out the Zeus, I think, before, or like they said they were going to do it that Thursday when they pushed the patch, right? And I think largely that had a huge impact on it. And I wish they would have just waited and taken a little bit more time in this patch, because there is just so many things wrong with it. So much of the game is kind of, I'd almost say, in an unplayable state. Maybe not quite unplayable, but it's not great. Like, objectively, it's not very good. Like, mining especially, like, so many issues have just stemmed up from it. I know for a while, planet side minables, just they weren't even spawning, and that was a problem. And then they spawned, and then I was able to complete my new 3.24 mining guide video just in time, it would seem, because just as fast as they fixed that, they had more problems, and then the more problems are honestly kind of worse. So now you can see the minables on planet surfaces, but you cannot actually mine the planets or the minables on those planets. So you're kind of in this weird limbo where I mean, if anyone who knows me, I don't really do asteroid mining, and I've had to pick up asteroid mining, which, to be fair, is a lot better than I thought it would be. I used to religiously dislike asteroid mining, but since that they have started I can't do planets right now because those are unmineable, and I've done it more. If I could just scan from the pilot seat, which you guys will see that when I pull up to this rock, you kind of can't really do it, and they haven't been communicative over if that is intentional or not. But right now, mining mode from the pilot seat does not work. And you'll see what I'm talking about when I pull up to this rock, and that is a really annoying thing to try to manage. Interesting. Oh, this is one of those weird glitches from the server. Yeah, so you can see right now, like, I switch into mining mode. I can't shoot my gun, right? But I'm also not scanning. But you can hear the audio indicator. You heard it, like the little dee dee, right? The scanning sound. So it is scanning, but the UI is not here, and that is well, quite frankly, it's a problem, to be honest with you. So I'm kind of forced to try to scan it from the pilot seat, and you can to somewhat of an extent, right? But not entirely. You really have to sit here and fiddle with it, and eventually it will pop up here, which I think is a cool thing that they've added with these new MFDs. I think for non-mining ships, that's a really cool feature, because then you have a non-typical mining HUD to lean on, as opposed to, you know, normally only on mining, like you didn't really have that HUD. So I think that's a pretty smart thing I like to change. I just wish they would either, I mean, the problem with it is it's inconsistent, so that scanning doesn't entirely work, right? Like, I sit there and stare at the rock for like 30 seconds just to get it to pull up. Oh, I have to open all the doors. Another thing they have broken, and it's the back doors to the turrets don't actually open. So what ends up happening is you go back there, and the doors you can open, because they added all these little buttons to the ship, right, to open doors, which is kind of cool, I guess. Bit unnecessary, right? But because they've added these doors now, they forgot to add buttons to the actual doors to the turrets, so you can't actually get into them, right? Like this button right here, like, it's functional. The frames are kind of really wonky because the server's not great right now. But I have to open all exterior doors. Go ahead and close the elevator. But yeah, see this one, I open it, but this one has no button. So if you guys could go contribute to that issue council, that would be great. But yeah, there's no button here. So if I hadn't pressed open exterior doors from the pilot's seat, this would be closed, and there would be no way to open it, which is really annoying, if I'm being honest. It's really inconvenient. And so many times I get out of the pilot seat forgetting to hit that button before I come back here like I just did earlier. So like, I don't know. The ability to not scan is honestly my biggest hiccup with this right now, because it's not aligned. Alt L. So now I have to come back to a turret to really get it to scan, because it'll do it without it, but it's annoying. It's a hassle. It's unnecessary. And there's a weird glitch going on. I've encountered it a couple times. You're seeing it right now, where like these fragments are actually from this rock, right? But it doesn't seem like it. Excuse me, because the rock is actually here. But yeah, these are from like this very rock. And you have this really tiny rock where it's like I don't really want to mine it because it's so small and insignificant in terms of what's in it, right? I mean, it's like 1,500 mass. Like, it's such a tiny rock. Even if scanning did work at the pilot seat, right, and I was able to see the contents of that rock, one of the data points it does not display is the mass, which honestly I would trade just about any other demographic of information just to know what the rock mass was. Right? So now you can see, right? It's populated, right? So now you can see how the new scanning MFD kind of looks in regards to mining stuff, right? So I can see its instability here. I can see its resistance, right? This is power transfer resistance. It's just normal resistance when you look through a mining turret. Parts, this shows nothing, but I think this is more for like ships. And then cargo, this will actually show like the percentage of the ores that are in it, which again, I think this is a really cool feature. I think this is like really awesome in that they've added this. But without seeing the rock mass from the pilot seat, especially for the mole, it's really, really annoying. And I don't know if that was like intentional, because they want to encourage the crew gameplay aspect, which is fine. Like, if they want to do that, that's okay. But I just wish they would say it, right? Because honestly, the mole, I don't want to say it's worse now. If you don't have that ability from the pilot seat, soloing the mole becomes a really, really annoying venture to try to take part in. Because now I have to constantly go back and forth in the mining turrets just to be able to scan to see what the mass is, just to know. So if I could just have the mass for normal scanning, like I don't need the mining UI itself, that's whatever. It's just, yeah, all right. In any case, CitizenCon, if you guys didn't watch, a lot of cool stuff was added and announced at CitizenCon. A lot of changes to some previously already known about things. And probably the biggest takeaway that I had from CitizenCon was mining is basically the future of this game. Like, whether someone wants to admit that or not, it is totally the future of this game. No one can change my mind on that. So I'm really curious to see, when base building comes in, guys, I'm telling you, like, you're gonna go absolutely crazy, because different quality materials and different amounts needed, and especially for building, right? Like, it's gonna get really expensive. Like, materials to balance out, it's gonna be curious to see how they balance the game out, to be honest, because you don't want to make materials too expensive, right? Alternatively, though, if people are building, right, it's like the time investment and you've got the money investment, right? And the time investment, I'm sure, is going to be there, right? I'm sure building buildings is going to take some time. Like, initially, I'm willing to bet they are going to have base building go relatively quickly. It's probably going to go a lot quicker than people think. Okay, there we go. Oh, Cresium. Oh my god, it's like the worst resources. The resources I hate the most. Oh man. Do I take this Agresium? 40%. Yeah. I've kind of stopped being as picky with this asteroid mining just because it's tough. It's tough. It's hard to be picky when you have to constantly go in and out of the seats. Like, you don't really have the chance to like be scrupulous of what you take. Unless these servers are kind of wonky, it's kind of makes me nervous. The base building, though, back to what I was talking about. The resources, right, that you're going to need for that are going to be vast, right? Like, they didn't really hit on that at CitizenCon of, like, what that would entail. But it's going to take quite a bit, right? And I think mining as a overall loop, whoa, what is going on here? And mining as an overall loop is going to be, like, a sweet ticket because if you think about it, right, you can sell your stuff, you can refine it, and you can get just raw materials to build whatever it is you're building, right? You have a lot of options there to really kind of set yourself up for success, especially when you have like the Arastra and a Star Lancer build. Absolutely nuts. I think that combination is going to go a long way. Whether anyone wants to admit that or not, that's going to be like the combo, I think, for anyone that is trying to operate I'm gonna have to fresh. Anyone that wants to operate somewhat independently, like that's where it's gonna have to be that, because it's too good. It's too good of a combination. The ability to mine and refine your own thing. Oh, this is possible. See, there we go. To mine, refine, and store your things on the ship is so huge, so huge. And that's, I'm curious to see how they're gonna balance it out with other things. Like building is good. Base building and crafting is gonna be really cool. I think it's gonna be an amazing addition to the game. It's really gonna, that's really what we're missing, I think, in this game, right? Like, is that ability to craft and do things? Because right now everything you do is kind of just for money, right? Like everything you do is for money, and there's no real other purpose. Oh, there we go. I don't know why I'm scanning. It's all pure Grecium. And they're wasting time. So those additions to the game, mining is going to be the best thing. You can get your own resources. You have a gameplay loop that is complete in its entirety, right? As opposed to something like cargo hauling, where cargo hauling is great, but you're kind of limited in scope to what you can do, right? Even cargo hauling, you haul cargo, right? That is what you do, right? There is no other thing that's going to be happening that really like lines that out. You know what I mean? So in that way, it's going to make it really, really hard for people not participating in those things to, I don't know, to get used to it and get active in what's going on. You know, money, sure, they'll make money, but cargo hauling is a hard thing to make money on. Bounty hunting is cool. You make money, but you don't really have ease of access to all of these things. And it doesn't like you really make a lot of money either. You make some money, right? Like it's a respectable profession, right? There's nothing wrong with it. But I just don't know. I don't think it's there. It's gonna be hard. With this asteroid mining, though, it took me a little while to kind of get used to it. M-type asteroid. What are those type asteroids? Oh, these are all M-type asteroids. These are all lame. 1720, 1850, 1720. I might go to her L1 because I know her L1 kind of has. Hey man, thank you so much for the like. Thank you. I might go to her L1 just because I know her L1 has kind of better spawns. I'm still trying to iron out this whole asteroid thing. I don't really feel the need to go to a belt because the belts don't really, I don't know, they don't really add anything. It's just traveling. And I mean, there's asteroids here, so why would I need to go to other places? Ooh, I like that. 6,800. That's a good one. I'm also kind of learning RS signatures for the different deposits, which is really hard when you're doing surface mining, because surface mining RS signatures are so big. There's so many rocks. Like trying to narrow down what is going to be there is really hard. Like the math just does not math. as opposed to in space. Well, since they're solo rocks, you can narrow down an RS signature and know, oh, okay, this rock has, you know what I mean? If it's a 720 RS signature, I know most likely what this rock probably contains. As opposed to on a planet's surface, you know, an RS signature of like 10,000 is, you have no idea what's in there. It could be anything. So you kind of just like let it ride. If you're wondering why I keep running back to the very back turret instead of fiddling with the front turret, is the back turret usually is enough power to break these rocks. Yeah, more often than not, I've run into this issue where it's actually too small for the front turret. It's either too small for the front turret or way too big for the front turret, because right now active mods, again, my issue with mining right now because they push the patch too fast is active mods do not, well, activate. So you can't use surges, you can't use stampedes, you can't use any of those. And honestly, it's created such a problem for me. Like, I never realized how much of a crutch I have for these stampedes and using them to be effective when mining, because that ability to drop instability and actually just push through a rock mass like that, I don't know. I've added a Riker C3 to the front, so it's 3 Riker C3s instead of the 2 and the 1 Stampede. And for whatever weird reason,
Attack on shields.
it still doesn't seem to be enough power. What in the world is going on? What the fuck is going on? What is going on? Oh, everything just kind of like split everywhere. You know what I mean though, these servers, like they push this patch just way too fast. They push the patch way too fast. The server has all these issues. And yeah, now I can't really see anything. Sometimes they'll do that to the rock and like it does it so much so to an extent that it's really helpful, because they'll like scatter really hard and then all kind of come back together in my line of sight with no momentum, so then it usually doesn't move. This is kind of those weird circumstances did not do that. I really wish planet-sided rocks worked, because it's just so much easier. It's one of the reasons I don't really like asteroid mining is because they blow up with momentum. Even though I cracked that rock perfectly, right, it still had that momentum. Oh dude, thank you so much for the like, man. Thank you. That even though they exploded with that momentum, it it still created this like problem. As opposed to if you're planet side, you don't have to worry about that, right? Because they just fall to the ground. All right, where was that big RS signature? There we go, 6880. Here we go to that one. Sometimes you might see like really huge RS signatures in asteroid mining, and I mean like 10 to 20,000, but any even number that's a multiple of 2,000 is panels. So yeah, if you see me looking at those and ignoring them, that is why. Any multiple that is hard a 2,000 is, it's not going to be rocks, it's going to be panels. I did do some salvaging, but I didn't really, you know, it takes too long. I feel like they nerfed salvaging, because salvaging with the Vulture definitely is taking much longer than it used to. All right. Well, we'll do these one at a time. This up. Trying to position this well enough so that way I can kind of scan the other rocks from where I'm parked with the lasers. Like, they're going to be out of my range, but if I can scan them, then I can see them from the pilot seat afterward. But they're also might be out of range too, so it's a delicate game. It's a delicate game trying to figure this out. I'd really like to be able to play 4.0. Like 4.0 has gone through quite a few play tests, but I have not been given Evo access. Very weirdly enough, I don't know why I haven't been given Evo access, but it's been really cool though. I watched Red play some of it, and there are new materials. So if you guys don't know, there are going to be new materials in 4.0 that is coming out. So that was pretty interesting. I thought that was pretty cool. Oh wait, can I? Oh yeah, there we go. Ooh, that's a really good one. Look at that. And that's what, 20, 38, that's 50, 60% good stuff, 60%. And then that's 74 SCUs, so it's quite a few. Okay. This will give me about 25. All right, so this is worth it. So we'll break this one, then we'll go over there and break that one. That was a really good rock. I really like that rock. That's a good boulder. I like that boulder. But they have some, I don't know, it's like recanite, reganite, something like that. That's one of them. Silicone's gonna be a new one. Ice is one. Ice is gonna be a material, like a common material, which I thought was kind of funny. That means just could be like as filler as it gets. But I know the two ores that are getting added, value-wise, are very much like Baxelite level rarity and value. Honestly, that was a pretty break. That was nice. So having some stuff with that level of value to break up some of the other ores, I think is really helpful. Oh, I'm gonna have to break that one too. That's so annoying. They really need to fix that. I'm gonna have to break another rock, I'm sure. Yeah. 20 SCUs a barrel, all hidden behind 2 sub breaks. At least it's all like pure though. Oh! I crashed. Okay, all right. Well, in 1 second, we're gonna verify game files real quick, and then we will load her back up. Super cool, right? Star Citizen, perfectly balanced game with no problems. That's all right though, that's okay. It should put us right back into the ship in front of our rocks because of the type of crash. It was, I think it was on the client side, it wasn't on the server side. So because it was a client crash, usually client crashes just throw you right back into the server where you were. They treat it kind of like a combat log, if you've never had that happen before. And I've been getting in somewhat frequently. I think weirdly enough, my games have been crashing a lot more since I moved. I don't know what it is. My computer's set up really with less than it normally is. I kind of bare bones set it up. Yeah, it was treated as a combat log. So even though that says crew L1, I'm not at crew L1. I'm going to be inside my mole laser when I come back in the game. But yeah, the new materials that are going to be in Pyro, I'm kind of excited for it. I'm curious if those materials will have more value in Stanton. And if there is an ability to refine in Pyro, I think is something I'm very curious about, because if there is no ability to refine in Pyro, those materials are going to have to really be worth it, right? Oh, but the server feels better now. Okay. All right, that's nice.
Fracturing mode on.
Cool.
Extraction mode on. Fracturing mode.
Because if I have to travel all the way back to Stanton to get those things refined, that's going to really impact performance, at least as far as mining goes, right? Because why would I go mine? Oh, whoa. Oh, no.
Warning. Power critical.
10% is too much.
Warning. Power critical.
Trying to balance this out now because I want it to go down from overcharge, but I don't want to fracture it with some overcharge residual. All right, we're Gucci now. Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang. Come on, come on, come on. There you go. I thought those shields really protected a bit better than it does. Back to collecting barrel like the good old days. If you guys were around the channel back in 3.18? In 3.18? Oh, I think I just absorbed the wrong one. Back in 3.18, then you remember back when barrel was king, baby. Barrel was like the resource because it was so hard to find everything else that you pretty much stuck with barrel, because barrel was the easiest thing to find and it was super easy to get a full load of it. So you could get like a full haul of barrel, and if you don't know, a full haul of barrel in a mole gets you about $250,000 per load. So back then, I kind of use that as like my baseline to judge how much you can get off a haul. So if anyone's been around and they wonder like, how do you guess how much your load is worth so well? It's because, well, barrel is about 2,500, 96 SCUs a barrel is around $250,000 in value. So when you factor that into like against Bexelite, which is 3 times the value, well then that's almost 1 million if you had a load of pure Bexelite, or if you had like, or something like Quantanium is like 25,000 per SCU anyway, so that's kind of pretty cut and dry of like how much you're gonna make off Quantanium, because it's all like right there. Oh wait, oh no, they're too low. Okay, whew. Look at those now before they go somewhere else. I've been going absolutely crazy with the mining though. I got like so many orders. I was trying to fill up my caterpillars, so hopefully, they all should be done, and that's gonna be like the end of the. Whoa. What is this? Okay, gotta be careful. I don't want that one. Okay, there we go. All right, now let's go break the other rock. So those little like tidbits of information there is like really helpful. But you gotta be very careful with the mole right now. Mole has like a lot of issues. And mining in general just kind of has a lot of issues. This door doesn't have a button. There's no internal storage on the mole. The mole desperately needs a gold pass for that. So you have to bring this little container. This is where I have all my gadgets. They're all in that little container in the back now. Those of you who were around last time and wonder where my big giant 2 SCU container is, I had to claim it. I tried to call up a prospector, and the prospector wouldn't rise, so then I stored it, called up a mole, and then they spawn intertwined with each other.
Systems activated. Systems on.
So then that became an issue. It's a mess. This patch is a mess. This patch is a mess. All right, we'll get this like right here. Oh, I reset my thing. No. Let me tilt it down some. Okay, that should be good. Gotta really like line this stuff up now. Like basically this is all analog. Oh, but thank you. Because I have no scan results, no distance indicator, no nothing. And I'm really good at planet side, kind of guessing where I need to park. I'm not very good in space trying to figure out where I need to park. Like sure, that looks right. Like with no ground as a reference, I have no idea. Feels so inept. Objectively though, if I could scan from the pilot seat though, I almost like asteroid mining because I am finding pretty nice rocks in asteroids. It's just the issue I've been running into is where we're at. Let's scan that one. What's this? And I found some Quantanium, but not very much though. Oh yeah, see, look at that rock. See, if you imagine pulling up to that rock, how sad you would be. Like, that's a really good prospector rock, right? It's 12 SCUs, but like, for a mole, that's really disappointing. This bad boy though. I don't know if I'm able to break this. With this laser. Nope. I am not. And I'm pretty close too. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go get in the front laser. Minus a jump drive where a rock exploded. Hoover system doesn't work. The Hoover system and scanning doesn't work. Scanning doesn't work from the pilot seat. It should work in the laser seats. If it's not working in your laser seats, it's probably server side. That is pretty ass though. They rushed this patch way too fast. Way too fast. Whee! Okay. No, stop. There you go. This patch came out. I get it. I think they were just trying to really push the Zeus out because they kind of did their little Twitter post, right? Where they were like, oh, hey, you know, the Zeus this Thursday, fly the future, or whatever stupid thing they said.
Systems
And it's like,
systems on.
come on, turn on, come on.
Factory mode on.
Bro, there ain't no way this thing is holding back on this. I was about to say, there ain't no way, bro. I'm pushing 200% power through this laser right now. I was like, there is no way this thing is not charging. It's like, it's impossible. Impossible. I thought about putting a bore max on it, or an Optimax on this, but come on. Oh, there we go. I wish I could. This is. I like this zoom. Like, I like the zoom. I wish I could still see. Oh, that scared me. Oh. Uh-oh. There goes all my modules. Oh, what luck. Oh, what luck. I thought for sure that was about to blast all my modules off. Precision here is killing me. The laser, the optimal zone isn't reacting to the laser even though it's charging the rock. So the optimal zone is actually smaller than it looks. And the overcharge zone is actually closer than it looks. And the optimal zone is like half the size that it actually reflects. Yeah, this whole push that they did to like get that patch out sooner, like, couldn't they have just like pushed the ship into the game, like just did a quick patch and like a dot out one, right? And called that square instead of trying to like, I don't know. Oh no, great. There, Rocco's. Oh my goodness. Great, yeah, now they're all gonna go in really weird directions. I have to reposition the ship now. Every single rock. I mean, maybe they didn't all go like in the worst possible direction, but like they all went out of like line of sight, so now I'm gonna have to get out, move it. Ugh, that's why I don't like asteroid mining. I've tried so many things to get like planet side mining working and it does not work. Oh my god, these frames. They really need to fix these servers. Like, if this is how the game is performing right now, during like normal playing, when IAE starts 22 November, they better have a grasp on this stuff. You know what I mean? They better get a grip on this, or it is going to be rough. Where'd the other rock go? Oh my god, I went way left field. Alright, well, we will position this right here. That should be good. Hopefully, that kind of ironed out. I could see everything. Maybe not, but you know, one can hope. We'll hop in the left turret. I think left turret has a better field of view. But when the free fly starts, if it still has these problems, that's going to really hurt them. The free flies are usually a really popular time to get new people interested in the game, but if free fly starts and this game is not in a super playable state, like, it's going to drive a lot of people away. A lot of people are not going to want to, like, be a part of it. Because they're like, oh, this game's so cool. And they're going to try and be like, oh, this game doesn't work. They're gonna get their refund and go back to playing, you know, whatever game they played. You know what I mean? Like, it's just not gonna be. They're not gonna like it. Which I don't blame them, right? I think Star Citizen's one of those games where, like, your first experience largely drives what the game is like for you. I know it's probably really confusing. That's another thing that it's doing in space. Is like the asteroid moves, but then once you fracture it, it actually respawns back where it probably should be without all the silly collision it was doing earlier. So yeah, I don't know. It's really aggravating right now. 20. It's 38% resistance, making us hard, boy. Come on, girl, get up there. Asteroid mining has also made me a lot less picky because since I have to fly up to all these different rocks and jump in and out of all these seats, I really have to kind of temper expectations a bit. But it's not so bad. Good quality rocks, a lot of Bexelite, much less Quantanium. I feel like before I used to find Quantanium relatively frequently, and now I'm not. Now it's kind of more Terranite Bexelite type deal, which, not complaining, right? Like, not the worst thing in the world to be having. Although I can say that the spawn rates here are not as good as her L1. Just my only problem with her L1 is it's not, I mean, it's kind of far. If I was still refining it, her L1, that would be pretty good, but.
Fracturing mode on.
What's in that rock? And that's a good one too. Wow. 13 SCUs are down there. That's tough.
Mining mode on.
Kind of wish I'd have put a Bormax or something on that. Or Optimax, excuse me. To get the cluster factor down, or raised, excuse me. That way it mined a little bit better. Because right now it's all just kind of a hassle. Yeah, back to moving again. And we gotta move the truck. Get back in a laser. Wouldn't be so bad if the front laser was like a Hofstede or something, but I'm afraid to take the front laser off and change it for something else, just because it's gonna require me to go back and forth, 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 back and forth. What's the? Oh my goodness. There we go. Okay, that's not a rock I wanted. That's one of the secondary rocks. That's this one. Up, forward, good. I'm probably not gonna go for another rock after I break this one. I'm probably gonna break this one and just go sell it. And then at the end of the stream, I'll go deliver my orders for the week. I should have a full Caterpillar worth of orders. If you guys don't know, 3.24 is kind of interesting because they they did not make you physically load cargo into mining. So if you haven't tried it, mining orders don't have to be loaded like normal cargo. You still, exactly how it worked in every other patch prior, you just claim it at the terminal and they put it on your ship, which I'm not complaining, you know what I mean? Like, I'll take it, right? Like, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna, saves me like 15 minutes of loading. Although I think something, I kind of have an idea for refinement terminals. You guys hear me out on this, right? What if, when orders completed, you could have them stored. It had like its own interface, right? Like, you know how each individual order has its own screen where it tells you like what was refined, what its yield was, and it has like its progress and all that while it's in the middle. And then when you're done, it each have their own little ticket, so to speak, of how you redeem it. What if, when it was done, it kind of auto redeemed and put it into a storage queue, right? And in this storage queue, it would accumulate all of your orders, right? So, and what I mean by that is, like right now, if I had an order that was 15 Quantanium, 15...
Attack on shield.
Oh my god, it's gonna make me move because it went back to where it was. But oh my god, that's so annoying. Wow, it's behind me because that's where it should have been. Now I have to turn the mole around. Yo, Jimbal, what's going on, man? It's going, dude. This the server, the patch is real wonky. I mean, it's working, right? It's just highly inconvenient, you know. Usually I do like 30-minute turnaround times for these, you know, mining runs from hangar to terminal to refine it, and that's including a quantum jump. And now I think I'm 44 minutes into this run. I haven't even filled up my mole yet, but you know, it's all right. You know, it be how it be. How's the verse been for you? But guys, what I was saying before was, so it accumulated, right? So let's say you had 16 Quantanium, 16 Bexlite, right? That's a 32 SC order, right? Let's just go off that for math's sake. Okay. And then when it completed, it went to storage 1616, right? Now, if you were to go pick that up, it would be 16 SCU containers, assumedly, right? That's the biggest one they would fit into, so it would be a 16 SCU container. But what if you had a second order that was 16 and 16 SCU? Again, just for math's sake, right? So together, they would be 32. So now you could, in theory, get to 32 SCU containers instead of 16 SCU containers. And then that way, you could kind of have a say-so in what your haul is going to be like and how it's going to be set up for you. So that way you'd have a bit more flexibility in picking what containers you get, as opposed to just refining your order and you just kind of get what you get, right? Like, not the best system, I think, given the new way that they're doing things. Is this one that I want? Yeah, it is. Kind of want that, but I don't really want to. I don't really want to try with this laser. I feel like I'm gonna overcharge it. I'm gonna blow this thing into the stratosphere. It's gonna send me spinning into oblivion. So we'll just go sell this. And we'll go try her L1. Because I'm just gonna sell it, I'm not gonna refine it because another patch is gonna be dropping, and I'm kind of nervous Come on. That a patch is going to drop and clear all my refinery orders, and that's, you know, who likes that? Oh, I hate this. Every time, bro. I'm not even looking at the ladder. I'm holding forward, and he continues to do that. If you guys could, though, if you guys are unfamiliar or anything like that, but if you could, there are issue council tickets in for the mining modules not working, the non-collision for rocks on planet surfaces. Non-collision means you can't interact with them. There are issue tickets in for the mole scanning HUD not working correctly. So if you guys could go to the issue councils at some point today, go contribute to those issues. I have, and then the more people that contribute, the more likely they are to get fixed. So it helps tremendously. Turn scanning mode off so I can adjust my speed. This little juice. Zoop.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
And we go sell this stuff. Also a weird glitch right now. I've noticed that my speed limiter isn't working for controls. So like every time I quantum jump, it resets it, and it's really annoying to try to get it to let me use it. So it's really weird. One good day of playing and you play every day, dude, man, that's awful. I feel that, man. I kind of feel the same way. I feel like I have gotten very few good play sessions in that that weren't super detrimental. Also, all these ships spawning around stations, it's really weird. And I don't understand why they're there. It doesn't really make sense. Because it's not for a salvage mission, right? Because they have their shields up. I've climbed in one because I thought it was really convenient that they were here on the station, and like it's not really convenient because if you do salvage, you know, a vulture here, and you're like, oh man, all this stuff is so convenient, kind of, until when you want to go print boxes, you have to go into a hangar to print all your boxes because you can't use a multi-tool because it's armistice zone. And it's faster to go into a hangar than it is to fly out of the armistice zone and fly back into the armistice zone. But I think I have like 30 some odd boxes of RMC in here from playing around with it the other day earlier, but like, I mean, these frames are abysmal. To be inside of here and nothing going on, like usually I have pretty solid frames, but these frames are just, the door's still open. Unless this door closes, yeah. See what I mean? Like I talked about this earlier, right? Like there is no button to open this door, and it doesn't just open. So walk up to it, doesn't open. So you have to open exterior doors to get that to work. What are my frames? Let's see. Yeah, did that pop up on the screen? No, you guys didn't see it. 16 frames per second. Wow. My CPU isn't even really struggling either. My CPU's at like 30%. My CPU's chilling. My GPU, on the other hand, my GPU's going through it, boy. GPU's at 97%, baby. My GPU's hurting. Thank you guys for the likes, by the way. Thank you. You guys are awesome. Best thing you can do for the stream, guys, and for the channel is just watching, liking the stream, all that stuff. Like, I don't need anybody's dirty money. That stuff right there is like the best things you can do. And I appreciate it. I really do. I'm humbled even to have like one person here watching. In fact, there's like 10 of you in here. It's crazy to me. That's so many people. Can you imagine, right? Like 10 people in a room, like standing over your shoulder watching you, like just play a game. Oh my Jesus. Like that's absolutely bananas to me. And you guys do so quietly. Usually my game looks like really pretty and the frames are really nice. But this, honestly, is the best looking Microsoft PowerPoint you guys are ever gonna see. That you guys are ever gonna get to be a part of. Kind of scared, honestly, to... Oh, my frames are not so bad in this 3 foot by 5 by 5 elevator. Oh, now they're really about to. Now we're really about to feel the frames. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Best looking slideshow on YouTube right here. That's what I'm talking about. It really does have hit or miss days. I feel like some days like they have really solid performance, and then other. Oh my goodness. Good Lord. Jiminy Christmas.
Welcome back.
I even switched servers earlier to try to make it better. Cargo mole. Yeah, that's a pretty whack load. 200K.
Finding everything all right?
I know this is 100K, 200K is like what it would be worth if I refined it. Let's see, I think all my orders should be done. Or if not, maybe one is still lingering around. Oh yeah, 9. Look at that.
See anything you like?
Beautiful. I'm not gonna fill up a caterpillar, but I should have at least a solid million, maybe 2. 1 or 2 million there. Oh, definitely a million. Oh, okay, all right, okay, all right. We're switching servers. We're switching servers. All right, okay. We're gonna see if I can. Let's see. Let's see if I can find a better one. Oh, I've got 2 people online, so maybe Mason has a better server than that. That was rough. That was tough. For the longest time when I first started playing Star Citizen, funny story, was I thought that it was me. Like I had just built my computer. So I thought like my computer just could not run games very well. And I'm like, bro, I have like this $2,500 computer and this thing is like, does not run games very well at all. Like Star Citizen is so slow. And I had such low graphic settings too. And I'm like, what the fuck, man? Like it doesn't make any sense. And then as I, learned more about it, like I did not realize Star Citizen was as intrusive of a game as everything else is. Like it's just not optimized as well. Everything is really tough to render. And it used to be really heavily CPU intensive, and my CPU is like, it's pretty good. I mean, it's like an i9, like 12.9, something like that, something to that effect. Right? It's like really, and I have a 4070, I think in here, 4080, 4070, 4070.
Vehicle selected. Stand by.
So in that way, I was like, oh man, like this computer sucks. I need a 4090, man. I need a 4090 to enjoy this game. And then I learned about optimization and how to prioritize your cores and your CPU, and because I didn't know anything about computers, so this is quite the game to get into when you don't know a lot about computers. Even though I built my computer myself because it's truthfully intimidating, but not that outlandish of a concept to like grasp. Oh, there's my ship came up. So I did that, and then learned about graphics and the rendering and how to overclock, and then there was how do you what's it called? Star Citizen runs better on highest graphics settings. That's actually a new thing I've started doing. Before I ran Star Citizen on very mid settings, but now I even run on like photo mode clouds, and it's still, mean, I still get really solid frames. I mean, I say that now as this barely gets any frames at all. We're at 15 frames per second right now trying to do this. Turn chat off. Big Easy, Rick Bennett. Who are those people? Why are their names popping up?
Systems activating.
That's loud. This audio is really, what's the word? Immersive. Really loud. Hangar doors. I was really sad that I got an extra large hangar in Orison because the medium hangars in Orison have like the front opening doors, and I think the front opening doors in Orison, they just have that little, like, you know what I mean? They have that wow factor to them. You know, they're cool. You know, they open and you have like the clouds and the sunset, and it's cool. You can't tell me it's not. It's cool. It's very cool. Very cinematic. But now I just have the stupid top opening hangar doors because I have an obnoxiously sized hangar because I have obnoxiously sized ships. So, yeah, it's just where we're at. But don't worry, we're going to have a nice little long discussion as we quantum jump here. Best friends we've gotten the whole stream. Is that? Hang on a second. Oh, okay. I thought those weren't on there. I was about to freak out. Scared me. No, but CitizenCon really did. So much cool stuff was announced. Other systems and stuff I'm not super concerned about, like systems or whatever. Like Pyro's gonna come out, and Pyro's gonna be new and exciting. It's gonna be new and exciting for a while, because it's gonna be so much to explore, so much to do. Engineering gameplay might have got scrapped for 4.0, but like, I mean, it's fine. You know what I mean? It's fine. It's not that big of a deal. It's gonna come in a .x patch for it. It's gonna come, right? Because I think something with the Star Citizen community, right, whether we want to admit it or not, is we are a particular bunch. And as a particular bunch, I think we really want features in ships, but ships usually land better because ships come out and the excitement is fulfilled, if that makes sense, right? The ship comes out and it's exactly what you expected. It's what it looks like, you know, and everything inside of it's new and cool and fun, and it's a new ship, and everyone usually just enjoys that. Features, though, are very temperamental with the community because as a feature, right, we get concerned of like, okay, if engineering came out tomorrow, if they walked it back and said, you know, guys, we're gonna drop engineering tomorrow, and then you logged in, you're super excited, and you tried to put out a fire with a fire extinguisher and it didn't work, or your ship caught on fire and you weren't able to put it out, or you couldn't take fire extinguishers out of their mounts, or you none of the engineering terminals on ships were working, or any of that stuff, right? You'd be bummed. Everyone would be so mad. Everyone would be so upset and feel some type of way and be like, well, hey, whoa. Why are we doing that? Right? Well, hey, this is awful. Why did they push this, right? Why did they drop this if it wasn't ready? Why did they, like, that is what Reddit would go absolutely crazy over that, right? So in that way, I think they're smart by pushing it back, because if it's not ready, it's not ready, right? And something like Pyro, it's so large and encompassing that it is a little safer, if that makes sense, because it's so big and vast. If something's not working, you can just go do something else, right? Like, oh, I can't do this mission, but I haven't even explored this planet yet, so let me go explore this planet. Or, oh, the space station's not working, but I haven't looked at what the ground colonies are like here, so I'm gonna come and look at what ground colonies are like. Oh, I haven't explored these caves, or, you know, insert whatever, right? You could go try something else if one thing wasn't working. And I think that is like a big thing. Do your headlights work? They do work. If I can remember what buttons I mapped them to. There you go. I have an Xbox controller, so I have to remember how I map some things sometimes, but yeah. All my 40 million KC lights on my on the truck. This thing is like a old boy pickup truck.
Quantum travel complete.
And cue the asteroids. Okay. Oh, that's why nothing popped up. There we go. 1720. 3800. I don't care about 3800. 3800 means it's 2 19s, and I don't want that. Yo, Tommy, thank you, man. Thanks for being a part, watching the videos, and even commenting, man. It's a lot. A lot of people don't even comment. Not that I feel some type of way if you guys don't comment. I love talking to you guys and getting to know you guys. A new video will be coming out Tuesday. My mining guide for 3.24 will be coming out Tuesday. Kind of covers a bit of the changes that were impacted with the addition of 3.24, because like cargo and all that other stuff. So it does kind of cover some of that stuff. Whoa. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised there are no mining missions too. I feel like it's a missed opportunity, but also mining kind of is a bit more flushed out. Actually, not a bit more. It's a lot more. Mining is a lot more flushed out than most gameplay loops. I wish they would add mining missions. But where would you get the mining missions from? Like, I suppose maybe a refinery? Or I think it could be a bit funner if you had missions that required you to oh, I forgot to hit the button. Yep. See what I mean? I always forget to open that door. Well, I'm just gonna pop down here and see if it's something even worth doing it for. Like if you had a mission to go get resources, like bring 50 SUs of iron, right? And it's like, okay. And then how you do that could be kind of determined by, ooh, that's not too bad. Although I don't know if I could do this
Fracturing mode on.
with this front laser though. Tied to commodity stock. I agree. I think, oh, they'll tell me I'm still in. I am, aren't I? My shields are off, aren't they? Yep. I have to get in the pilot seat anyway. I forgot to turn off SCM. I can't use my lasers. Oh, every time. One thing after another, I swear. You cannot, I mean, kind of a complicated, weird answer. Yes and no. The mining HUD does not appear from the pilot seat anymore. And I don't know if that's intentional or not, right? Because you can't really compare it to the mole or the prospector, because the prospector, a laser comes out. So that works. As opposed to, before, like watch. All right, so this is normal mode, right? There's my guns. So listen. Mining mode on, right? So mining mode is on, but no HUD has appeared. So that is the issue right now. And if I look at this rock, if you listen, you can hear the scan sound. Usually. Usually you can hear the scan sound. But sometimes you can scan it and see now I'm out of mining mode, I'm in scanning mode. Sometimes this will work. It's kind of finicky. I don't know exactly if there's a time limit or if there's a type of way to get this to work, but this will eventually appear in scanning mode. Right now it appeared because I scanned it with the turret. So if I scanned it with the turret, it works already. I'm unsure if it's not triggered by anything specific. I don't know if it's a time thing. But you can see the instability, you can see the resistance, and honestly, I wouldn't mind waiting for that, but it doesn't show mass, right? There's no area for mass to pop up. So that makes it really hard because like I look at this rock and I'm like, I don't know how big this rock is, right? This rock is 6,000 mass, which is like 12 SCUs in it because it's got gold, which isn't that many. Parts is blank because this is for ships. So then it's like, okay, so now we're here with gold. It tells you the aluminum, the gold, and the net material. So it tells me what's in it, but it doesn't tell me anything else. So in that way, it's like okay, right? 40% gold sounds really good, but it's a real bummer when you get down there and it's not the same, right? Oh, I forgot to open exterior doors again. God bless it. We're just burning time here, burning time. Cue the Mass Effect music. Open exterior doors. That's something else they need to fix too. This whole like the rear laser door is not working. Ugh. Hassle. Go with this one. Close that. So yeah, the scanning doesn't work from the pilot seat correctly. It's a big hassle. Active mods aren't working right now, and that's all of them. Surges, Stampedes, Torpedes, all the active mods do not activate. I've tried every troubleshooting thing you can think of to maybe get it to work and have been pretty unsuccessful. So those don't work. There's an issue cancel for that. There's an issue cancel for the HUD. You can't mine on planets right now. I don't know if you were in here earlier, but they spawn. There was an issue in the patch first drop. They didn't spawn. Now they do spawn, but they spawn, but they have no collision. And no collision is the terminology. If you guys haven't really submitted an issue council thing, no collision means it's basically not interactable. So it's you can see it, but it's not there, right? So it has no collision. So right now they have no collision. And which just sucks, right? Because I would go mine on a planet because I find more rocks faster and they're more the size I want, right? I can fly up to one bundle of like 10 and find 2, 3, 4 rocks I can mine that are all pretty relatively, comparable size, as opposed to here, I fly up to a rock and I don't know. You guys really haven't got to see it here. I think it's really funny. It happened to me yesterday. I flew up to a rock. It looked this size, but it had all of like, it was 154 mass. Can't make that up, being so serious.
Extraction mode on.
Okay. No, it did the thing. No. Gadgets, that's another thing. I think they're fine to use on asteroids normally. Yeah, sure, like you float around some and all that. So like, yeah, it's kind of annoying. But right now they don't work properly. That's another issue ticket on its own, where like, if I find a rock big enough to justify using one, I'll show you. I don't want to get out just to use one. But like, you know how when you're putting a gadget on a rock, how it has the outline of where it goes, the little like weird holographic green look to it? Well, it doesn't have that, right? And you have to really fiddle around with the interaction to get it to place. And even when it does place, it still doesn't quite place on the rock. It'll place like in space, but it's attached to the rock, and I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. I figured that out fiddling with it. Like I think Friday night, I was really trying to get one, and I was like kind of frustrated, so I was like pressing the place button like a million times, like really fast, because I was just frustrated. And then it placed, and I was like, whoa, hello. All right, so it does work. And then I got in the mining turret, and it had the indicator that it was applied. So I was like, okay. How many fire extinguishers are in this fucking thing? There's 3. Oh, that's helpful. Third person? I don't know if I could put I mean, you're braver than me. I don't know if I could put one on in third person. Be annoying. Oh, there's another ship. What is that? An Aurora. Look how fast that scanned. I scanned like immediately. You know how annoying that is? I can't get a rock to scan when I'm 2 feet in front of it, but ooh, I like that. Mama like that. Mama like that. That's what I'm talking about. 6,800 is about like the biggest I think I've seen for a signature. Like maybe I've seen one like 7,000. No, I think I saw like an 8,000 one. But yeah, it's really rare. You don't really see those too often. I've seen it twice. Yeah, if I click here, parts, cargo. No, nothing. Probably wasn't close enough. These are two separate ones. They're all so spread out too. Ugh. It's pretty decently sized. Actually, I saw it's pretty far away. That top left one, that one right there looks pretty big. See if I can find a plane. This is kind of nice because I can, like, if I can put them on the same plane, I can scan them all. Okay, we'll go like right here. Okay, that should be good. One of these is big enough to, if it warrants putting a gadget on it, I'll go put a gadget on it and go fiddle with that for 5 minutes. I will say though, I do like space for placing gadgets on a little bit more. And I only say that because I like space because it's much easier to navigate. And it's a lot faster. I can hop out this side turret, pull out my tractor beam and zip my way over to the rock. And then I can do, I thought I lined that up right. To do the same thing to come back. Oh, here's a pretty big rock. 31% barrel. What's this one? 48% laranite. I'm pretty close. Can I break that? Yeah, I can break that from here. %50 laranite, that's be good. Whoa, 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 whoa. Almost overheated that bad boy. I'm pretty far from it though. 86 meters.
Extraction mode on.
Why can't they all break that nice? Yeah, this weird like collision changing direction thing is really annoying. copper. I haven't seen copper in forever. What I'm really curious about, when base building gets implemented or crafting gets implemented, and they said there's different quality of materials, I'm very curious to how that's going to impact mining, right? Because that is a huge shift from where we are now, and I don't think a lot of people will realize that, because you go from, okay, you just go mine copper, right? Copper is copper, whatever, sure, it's copper. Okay, but now there's qualities of copper. So when I go refine it, is that quality going to be worth more money? How's quality determined, right? Is quality like, is there just tiers, right? And different tiers are going to have different things. Copper. Okay, I really want to know what's in that front one. I still go hop in the front laser. I'm going to have to move anyway. I can't crack that left rock. Although it has a lot of barrel. Is that going to be like, it has to be something I'm sure that your mining scan results will tell you, is like the quality will be a new thing that gets added. I've already like anticipated that there's going to be like a new quality indicator. It's going to have to, right? As a miner, which I'm willing to bet you're not going to be able to buy high quality stuff. I bet that's going to have to be mined, right? I'm sure there's going to be like a base level that you can go buy, and it's probably going to be a pretty standard, and then maybe like a slightly better version. I'm not going to be able to see from here either. Oh, yeah, I can. Copper. Stupid. That one's too far. That's too far away for me to crack from here, yeah. Okay. Well, not being picky here, so we're just gonna go ahead and crack this. So I think like a miner is gonna have this innate advantage, and I'm sure higher quality materials is also gonna be harder to mine. I imagine like inherently their traits will be more difficult as opposed to what they are now. Which, truthfully, I like that. That would add a heavy amount of variety into the game, but also would encourage player interaction, right? Because if I'm a combat player and I'm trying to craft something and I want high value materials, I now have to go to someone else who plays a different loop and say, hey, I want this. How do we work this out, right? How will you give this to me? All right, what's the cost, right? Will you sell it to me? And I don't know. Piracy also, right? Like you see some dude hauling off his little refined goods, little loot bug, you know? Like, well, wait a second. How do you give me some of that? And they're gonna like ransom you by give us your high quality iron. Ugh, I can't even say such a thing. I hate iron. Iron's the worst material in this game right now, in my opinion. Oh yeah. This thing doesn't even have a hazard zone. Barrel is so weird. There's no hazard zone. Oh yeah. 23k rock, no problem. No problem. Forget about it. And this is why, as a solo miner, you roll the strongest laser you can on the front of your mole. That way, when you find nice, big, giant, juicy rocks, you can mine them. Alright. That's about got this puppy done. There is a hazard zone. That grew pretty quick. Alright, we're out of the danger zone already.
Extraction mode on.
He's are gonna have to be sub-fractured, 100%. I know why I'm staying. I know why I'm scanning these. I know why I'm scanning these. These are 100% gonna have to be fractured again. That thing that was like 100, that was a 23k rock. All those sub-fragments are gonna be way too big. So if they implemented that thing I talked about earlier where they changed how you redeem orders and how they accumulate, I think it would also be nice if they would change the way extraction laser works in this stupid game. Because right now, I wasn't even beside the ladder. Because the way extraction laser power works now is it extracts faster. And like, bro, when's the last time you were out there extracting a rock and you're like, man, you know, I wish I could cut 34 seconds off of my total mining trip time by just being able to extract faster. Like, no, that's stupid. That's so silly, right? No one's doing that. No one's doing that. But if you could extract larger rocks, because right now the cap is like 10k. Oh, whoa, turn that down. About not 10k, 10 SCUs. If you see a composition and the total contents of the rock is over 10 SCU, like even if it's 10.01, you're not going to be able to extract it. It's going to be too big. It's going to be too big, right? And you're going to have to fracture it. But a 1K rock, right? Normally those are really small mass. I mean, look how small this mass is. This is 22 SCUs, but the rock mass is 2,000, which is a characteristic of Barrel, right? Barrel has really good mass to SCU ratio, so it's kind of a problem you're going to see with rocks like that. But it's really annoying when you're trying to do it with something else, right? Like, imagine when the Arastra comes out, which has size 3 lasers all around, and you have to try to do something like that, right? Because size 3 laser, I would imagine, is going to be capable of breaking pretty sizable rocks. I mean, it's probably 30, 40, 50k rocks, like, no problem. So in that way, it's like, okay, but now what happens when we fractured initially and it needs that sub-fracture, right? It needs to break into rocks that are 10 SCU or less. Like it's pretty annoying, you know what I mean? Like that's like, can you imagine? Like, because then now you're gonna have to have like a prospector around or something just to be able to accomplish that. Like, who wants to do that? See that there's the example right there. Boom. Oh, it couldn't have been a more perfect example. Oh, sorry. 18 of 18. Thought that's a 10. I was about to say, boy, that's what I've been talking about. That's exactly what I was saying. But the problem is laser size does not affect extraction power. A size 1 or a size 2 laser, it's exactly the same. It's the same problem for both. Size 1, size 2 doesn't matter, which would imply, right? That would imply that a size 3 is going to follow the same demographic types, right? Assumingly size 3 lasers are going to come out, and all size 3 lasers are going to do is be the same lineup of the 6 lasers we have now, but better stats, which I don't know if that is completely balanced, because like the Hofstede already has obscene stats, so I don't know about making that better. So you've got that to consider. Or a Helix with more range would be really cool. Honestly, I think all the like guns, like weapon hard points, are actually all different sizes, right? So something I've always been kind of confused about is why don't mining hardpoints differ in size? Because they don't, right? A size 1 and a size 2 laser are the exact same size, right? The size 2s are not any bigger than the size 1. So in that way, I kind of wish they would, I'm pretty sure it's a barrel on the other side of that rock too. I can't see it. Well, I'm not moving this to get that. Oh, wait. Oh, I can kind of see it. Oh, precision. That's precision right there. That's precision. Oh yeah. Remember me. Remember to tip your moderator. And tip your waiter. What a show. I'm just showing off at this point. But I don't know. I think it could really, it would make the mining loop a bit funner if extraction laser power increased the size of what you could extract. Because like, think about the implications of it, right? Let's say you took a helix, right? And who has a really strong laser and extraction laser power. And let's say we wanted to increase that by 300%. So now you can extract rocks that are maybe 30, 40 SCU. And so who is, wait, it's a Zeus. You know, 30, 40 SCU in like its entirety, right? Like that's pretty good. That's really good. What is this pointing at? Oh. And then, so sure, like you didn't have to fracture that rock, which would innately have some advantages, but you'd have to take it as it is, right? So if it was 30% quantanium and 70% aluminum, you'd have to take all that aluminum too. Sure, you could take all the quantanium, but now you're stuck where you're at. You know what I mean? Uh-oh, nothing's spawning here. To move. So I feel like in that way it would balance itself out of like, okay, cool, I could build a laser to absorb bigger rocks, but I'm gonna have to take more junk as well, and that would balance itself out. Because let's be real, you're not finding a rock that's better than that. Alternatively, that would help scale the bigger mining ships, right? Because now with like the Arastra, I have a size 3 mining laser. I break this large rock into smaller pieces. Now I can extract a smaller subset, right? Like I can turn around and be like, oh, okay, I want to it's really annoying. Oh, I just broke this 40k rock. It's in like 8 5k pieces. Well, I can absorb these 8k pieces or 5k pieces, right? Like it's doable, as opposed to now it is not. And that has to be something they need to look at to fix or adjust. Maybe fix isn't the right word, but adjust. It's not broken, but it's a quality of life thing. And then, you know, if you had a prospector, you have a helix and you build extraction laser power out, you may not even need to fracture rocks, right? You can just go out, zip around and harvest and come back and just sell. And I don't know. I think it'd be a new way to play, and it would give purpose to an otherwise purposeless stat. Because so many modules like will lower extraction laser power, but like who cares? Okay, so what? So what? I can't extract as fast as I did before I put this module on. It's not really that impactful. looks pretty big, kind of. If you guys don't know, I'm purposely avoiding RS signatures that with a 19 in them because 19 is gonna have gold in it, and I don't want gold. I think gold's like pretty lame, at least in space, because it's really dense, which means it's gonna have high density, and your laser power is directly affected by density. So the higher the density, the more laser power you need. That's why I don't mine on areas where gold is prevalent, because gold and tungsten and iron have some of the highest densities. So that means that rocks are the biggest, which means you need the most laser power, which is a solo miner is a problem. However, things with lower density, it's the same. I've learned that it's the same SCU capacity across the game, but the density varies by the material. So just because I find bigger rocks on aerial because it has iron and gold doesn't necessarily mean it's a better place to mine, because it's still like 100 SCUs, right? It's gonna be 100 SCUs both ways. Ooh, 50% borast. Yes, sir. No, it's not. I can show you after I drop this load. I can show you what I mean by like it's not working. Hopefully, maybe it'll prove me wrong. Maybe it will work when I like go planet side, and that'll be nice, but I'd prefer that. Oh, you're welcome, Kami. You're absolutely welcome. I do have a mining guide. Well, I'm about to drop a mining guide on Tuesday if you want to be on the lookout for that, where it kind of talks more about rock mining and prospector mining for like if you're just starting out. And then I also have a salvage guide that you can check out as well. For salvage and mining, I'm unsure how salvage is going to play out like long term, right? Because if you're going to get a ship dedicated to one or the other, my thing with that is salvage. I thought salvage would be a bit more relevant because you make construction materials. It's in the name, construction. So I thought maybe they would be involved in base construction, which they still may be, right? They just kind of haven't really said either way. But materials absolutely will be, though, and the quality of those materials. So I have a vulture for kind of early money making on new patches, because it's really easy to just go out and salvage, and RMC's worth like 15K a piece, so you can very easily like kind of drum up money for your refinery orders. But I think long term mining beats salvage in terms of money. But the problem is you have to get it you have to get started though. But once you get started mining and you get a real roll for it, like it's all about getting like quantanium for it. You find a really good quantanium rock with your mole. I mean, a full mole of quantanium is like millions of dollars in value. Millions of dollars in value. As opposed to like with salvage, you're really kind of limited on like how well you can do. The reclaimer isn't bad. I think the reclaimer can really pump out volume, because construction materials is only worth like a couple thousand, right? But you can pump out construction materials like nobody's business, right? Like you can just go absolutely crazy with how fast you can pump out construction materials. So in that way, a reclaimer can be a really big money printer. It's also a really expensive ship. It's also a really big ship and really annoying to crew by yourself. So you kind of gonna have to pace that out like how you want to do it. But since materials are gonna become so relevant going future, like with base building and stuff, I think mining is just has a lot to offer overall, in my opinion. Because you can now go get materials to make your base. You can go, oh, this is what I was talking about before. So a little bypass. See what I mean? 10.42 SCUs. Look how small this mass is. That is a small rock for mining. Yeah? I think everyone here that's ever done mining before can agree. That is a really small rock. 1500 mass. And because there's just over 10 SCUs, I cannot extract it, right? I switch over here. It's got a charge bar, clear indicator that it needs to be fractured, because if it can just be extracted, it won't have this at all. So, lame. Pretty lame.
Mining mode
Like the thing with the Expanse is I am 90% sure it is going to go through a Pioneer style concept change. I'm willing to bet you. I think that ship is going to get longer, wider, or taller. It has to do one of the, or some combination of the three. It has to. It has to. Because it is built to have like the little refinery reactor in the center, right? The pilot seat, right? Okay. The little intake out things for saddlebags, right? But here's a question: where's the boxes gonna go? Because ore refines and it puts it in the containers, right? And all this. Okay. Where are they all gonna go? Where are they gonna go? They have nowhere to go. There's no cargo grid on that ship. Right? Yeah. No cargo grid on that ship. Has to change. Ship's not big enough. Ship's not big enough. Prospector's really good. I think what I'm really curious about, I want to see the Misfortune that's going to come out. That's going to be like the medium-sized mining ship. Not mining ship, medium-sized salvage ship. Because it needed one, right? And honestly, if you've seen the concept, it very clearly looks like they took a Prospector, juiced it up to be the size of a mole, and they put like the big giant salvage head that you see on the reclaimer on it. It looks like that's what they did. 64 SCUs to refine. I mean, but realistically though, it's never going to get up to that because what I want to know with personal refining is what is are you gonna lose material in the refining process, right? Because now, you know, the dirty refinery workers skim a little off the top, you know, depending on the refinement method, right? So then it becomes well, is that still gonna happen if you personally refine?
Landing gear down.
Because like if you don't lose anything in like the refinement process from personal refining, boy, I'm trying to tell you, that's gonna be crazy. Raster's gonna go hard in the paint then. Oh, that was scary. I thought I was gonna be able to slow down. Cruise control on. That was pretty. Me and the guy in air traffic control both equally as terrified. The Expanse can be a good ship though. I mean, kind of how all these base building ships are going to come out at the same time. I think the same thing's going to happen with ships that can refine, because like the Arastra is supposed to share assets, like all the RSI Galaxy ships all the RSI ships are supposed to share similar assets, right? As far as a big push for them. But the Galaxy, the Expanse, the Odyssey, that bad boy ain't coming out for a while. Let's just be real. That thing ain't coming out for a minute. Bye-bye, old Betsy. But the Arastra is seemingly probably in striking distance. The Expanse and the Galaxy, those three are going to be the big refiners, I think. Consume some catalyst to refine? Maybe. being able to refine personally though is going to be like a huge advantage, because like that's a lot of money saved. But the flip side for that for me is how are they going to determine how long it takes though, right? Because you're not going to pay for it. So at that point, I guess maybe you could do the same refinement processing. I guess that's kind of how you'd have to balance that, huh? You could refine the same methods. That would balance everything out. It's just the only difference is you would not have to worry about cost. It would be a question of time and yield, right? Do you want to get your ore sooner, or do you want to have more ore in general? But since cost is not an issue, you could just shove everything through Pharaon Exchange and not worry about how much it costs. You know what I mean? Because if you guys don't know, Dinks Levitation and Pharaon Exchange are the two best ones you can do, but Pharaon Exchange costs twice as much as Dinks, but I'll show you. But Dinks is takes 3 times as long. Oh, her L. I normally mine at her L too. That's why I don't recognize this. They also need to change this, right? Because it is always under an extremely workload. Always, right? This is it's only supposed to go up to 100%. 7,000% capacity. Does not matter which one you go to, it is like this. Does not matter which one you go to, it is like this. So it is really annoying because you always have to pay this large surcharge. I hate it. It's so stupid. So stupid. Pharaon Exchange. I'll just do everything. I'm not actually gonna refine everything, but get quote. All right, 18,000, 23 hours. Now, Dinks is gonna be 3 times as long, half the price. Three times as long, half the price. So not entirely where the there's the rest of that. All right, now it's really gonna be a long time. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's more like it. There you go. That's more of what it costs to refine a full mold load. Yeah, look at that cost, 25,000, which tells me that this load as a whole is probably worth like $250,000. I'm gonna go sell this directly. I'm pretty sure if I sell this directly, it's gonna be worth somewhere between 120 and 140,000. I'm willing to bet you, because I'm not gonna refine it here. That would be silly. Wow, little less. Well, I guess that makes more sense, yeah, because then SA it would be like 250, right? SA would be at 250, and this is about half of that. So yeah, this is half that, so 250. So it usually costs about 10% for Pharaon Exchange of the total price if you were to sell this. So when people do refining versus or selling, it's like, okay, you can make 50% less. Its value is 50% less sold direct than it is refined. But depending on your refinement method, it can cost like 10% of the total value to refine, right? So Pharaon Exchange is 10% of that value, right? Which is the fastest you're getting at a high yield. So fast speed, high yield, high cost, because you're getting the high speed with it. So high cost, high speed, high yield. So you'll get 250,000, but it's going to cost 10% of that to refine it that way. So really, you get 40% more by refining it and selling it, which isn't too bad, right? Not like the worst thing ever. And when you actually get like the servers running fine and you don't have all these problems, honestly, I find mining to be one of the best. But oh my goodness, these frames are awful. Honestly, I find this to be like a really good way to make money, because what you can do is it takes like on a good mole run planet side is like 30 minutes, including quantum jump. 30 minutes quantum jump included to get from here to a planet's surface, mine your mole full, and then jump back and get to the refinement terminal is like 30 minutes. Not too bad, right? Not too bad, if I do say so myself. I don't think that's too bad. But the prospector, it's like 20 minutes is what you're shooting for. To make it worth it, it's like 20 minutes. And depending on how you like to mine and what you mine and where you mine depends on how much each one of those trips is going to be worth. So a mole trip, a mole full of Bexalite will net you like, we'll net you like 700 to 800,000 ish. Full mole of Bexalite. Full mole of barrel is about $250,000 if you refined it and sold it. Oh, I don't remember which one I got. Was it 2? No, I don't remember which one it gave me. And then Quantanium is Quantanium. I don't know, let's see. 96 SU times 25. Oops, 25,000. 2.4 million if you had a full mole of Quantanium. Highly unlikely, but a full mole of Quantanium is 2.5 million. So half a mole's worth is a little over $1 million. So that's where the real power of mining comes in. Is when you have stuff like that, because that's where all the money is, right? You find Quantanium, baby, you have money, right? Half a mole of Quantanium is $1 million, right? That's more than a full mole of Bexalite. That is where you are going to make your money at 110% every time. That's why everybody looks for it. That's why it's the best thing to do, but it's also why it is so hard to find. I think I've ever seen that door open before. What the? Replay? That's not supposed to be there. That's not supposed to spawn. I'll take a picture of that. Yeah, these servers are struggling right now. Seeing stuff like that, bro, that's tough. That's tough.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle.
So as you're ironing out with your mole, deciding what you want to do, the mole can be really good as a solo miner. If you I have a mole build video, you guys can go check that out if you want, where I talk about how to set your mole up for solo play, but also complement yourself really well for team play. And I think the mole is really good for that. The prospector, I think the prospector can be better if you put the Argo mole bags on it, because the mole bags increase its capacity to 48. A big issue I have with that is once you make the prospector 48 SCUs, it's really, I'd almost say it's better than the mole. I would say the prospector absolutely beats it. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna switch servers again. I just need to get out of this hangar. Like, if the prospector could take a size 2 laser and you put Argo mole bags on it, the prospector without a doubt is better than the mole. If you could do that, I think the 48 SCU prospector almost beats the mole, to be honest. Oh my goodness, it's out of control. Those 48 SCU bags. Oh my goodness, this is. Where are my frames at right now? Yeah, I mean, if you really want the bags right now, you have to pretty much spawn spawn the mole, pull them off the mole. If you buy them as a thing, yeah, they spawn through they go through the freight elevator.
Systems activated.
There's a trouble ticket in for that though. A lot of people have brought that up. Jesus, so loud. That was brave. The tell I've gone out of these hangars too many times. Let's fly down to aerial. Let's see if we can do planet mining. Planet mining would be clutch. I'm pretty sure it's not going to work though. Thought that rock was flying for a second.
Quantum travel engaged.
Okay. Whew. All right, some perfect frames now that we're in quantum drive. They need to raise the prospector though. They need to raise it like another foot off the ground. Because right now you can't, you have to shoot the little braces off to get the bags on it. Even if you take their bags off, you have to do that to get any bag on. So that's pretty stupid. Or make the area that it can attach to bigger. Because right now it's not the move.
Quantum travel engaged.
It should have some compacted bags that swap out the full. Is that what those little spaces are for? Above the bags? Are those supposed to be for the other bags? See what I'm talking about? Is that what that's for? Is that what you're talking about? That space there? That doesn't really make sense though. I feel like that space is meant to... I feel like it's supposed to connect and they don't connect. I don't really know why. I don't know. The mole needs something. I feel like the mole's missing a lot. I don't think I've been on aerial since I upped my graphics. This looks crazy. The detail you can see on these planets when you up your graphics from far away is absolutely crazy. Like this far away rendering, it's cool, but gosh, I know my GPU be sweating, boy.
Quantum travel complete.
All right. And now you have all these nice, big, juicy RS signatures right here. Look at all this stuff. Oh, yeah. I stole your mole at the last patch. Oh, my man, that's tough. That's tough, man. Those trees? Like the rocks here, but they don't go blue when I'm in mining mode, so I don't feel like they're gonna register. But we'll try.
Mining mode on.
I'm gonna open up my doors. All right, let's go see if they scan.
Mining mode on.
Truthfully, one of the reasons I got the Arastra was one, the Arastra is like really good once it comes out. Stat wise, it just checks a lot of blocks for me. Also, it gives a mole and a prospector as loaners, which is super convenient. I think the Arastra just has more versatility than the Orion does, so I didn't bother with the Orion.
Systems activated.
Yep,
Systems
nope.
on.
Oh,
Manufacturing mode on.
I forgot to turn. What's it called? Yeah, turn SC nav mode off. Yeah, see, I can scan. Pops up. Does not register. They pop up on the scan though, right? Ping, they pop up as rocks. No collision though. It's the same thing for the what's it called? For the prospector too. The prospector can't register them either. Which is really sad, very inconvenient. All right, this is getting a little unbearable. I need to switch servers. This is so framey. I know for you guys, this is probably not like the funnest thing in the world to see. It's just as framey for me, I promise. It's not the internet, it's not the stream, it is just the server for the game. The mole was meant to be 288 SCU.
Engines off.
Yeah, the Reclaimer was nuts, man. The Reclaimer back then was like absolutely like bananas. Like the money you could make as a solo player. I even bought a Reclaimer. I spent money in game to get the Reclaimer just because I knew I could get the money back. And I was like, yeah, why not? Screw it. Where is it? I know there's a bedlog here. Where is it at? It's like right here. It's like right on my right here somewhere. Yeah, I mean that could be. I just don't know where they would put the extra bags at. That's like the mole. I feel like is not a super streamlined ship. Like there's so much space in the back, like the little stupid engineering thing, but it doesn't do anything. Like the whole engineering area, like this area is fine, right? But the engineering area when you come up the elevator feels completely unneeded. The ship is not that big. I just want a bed log. Bro, you know what? I can't do this. These frames are so bad. All right, I'm probably gonna have to claim my mole again. This is how I end up keep claiming my moles, because I keep having to do stuff like this just to jump server or something. Like it won't even let me bedlog there. The server's being so wonky. I just don't want to be looking at it at 5 frames per second. I don't know. The mole needs some buffs. Yeah, this is not going to be any better. Maybe. No. Where am I? L1, yeah. I feel like mole bags should have more capacity. I feel like, I mean, the space is there for them to be taller. I feel like they should be taller.
Welcome.
Right, make the bags taller, give them like 50% more SU capacity than they already have, and just knock it out from there.
Your insurance claim has been sent.
No, I think that stuff wouldn't really work for the mole. I don't know.
Thank you.
Oh my god, Jiminy Christmas. I don't know, the mole having like 50% bigger bags, filling up that space they're in, I think that would go a long way for the mole. Because I mean, 96 SU, if you added half to that, that's what, 48, so 104 plus 40, 144? 144 SUs, perfect, right? Solid, right? And then you can just keep that there and you'd be Gucci. Right, Gucci gang, 100%. As opposed to now, it's I don't know, very lackluster, I feel. Not super, not as exciting. '96 just it's like, what if we took the Prospector and we gave it 3 times the capacity and 3 times the and two more lasers, and let's make them size 2, and boom, ship concept. Let's make it orange, and guys, hear me out here. Like solid, you know what I mean? Like it's just not. Not. I don't know. The mole probably was really cool back in its day, but like as time goes on, the mole becomes pretty dated. And I think even the Arastra is gonna like dwarf it. Like no one's ever gonna run it again. Trying to get a server that's more stable, but it is not cooperating. These frames are rough. Rough. You know, these YouTubers that do like the news and stuff, they have it like so easy now. Yeah, they make their news. These unplayable servers are so rough. Makes it harder. Oh, yeah, I want to publish my mining video, but it's like no one can play. No one can play the game. No one can play the game. Oh man, that's sad. That's sad. IAE coming out though. I'm excited for IAE. I'm curious what ships are going to release. I know they're releasing the Metapin. The Terrapin's coming out. That's like all but confirmed. The what else? Possibly that Crusader ship, right? The Polaris is pretty sure that's coming out, which is going to be an absolute menace on for a month or two. Like people just going crazy. Seems better. Marginally. All right, well, we got to get back to crew L1. We need to get all my orders loaded onto the caddy, jump back to Hurston, which, I mean, if you think this is a slideshow, you see nothing yet. And then go on from there. Oh, still there, even on another server. And see if I can get all my orders onto the cargo elevator. I didn't know that different freight elevators had different SCU limits. I thought that was pretty interesting. I had no idea.
Vehicle selected. Stand by.
So like little medium hangars or small hangars, it's like 112. But for like a large hangar, or do I have a large or do I have an extra large? I think I just have a large. No, I have an extra large. Extra large hangars SCU capacity for freight elevators is like something crazy. It's like 1,152, I think. It's like huge, which is super convenient, right? Because like if you have like a cat's worth of cargo, you only have like 572.
That is an invalid request.
Oh no!
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system. Vehicle selected. Stand by.
Oh no! Oh no!
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
Okay.
Please visit us.
Scared me. I mean, you put a size 2 laser on a prospector, and I think that becomes such a. It would be a fun ship to use, honestly. A size 2 Hofstede on a prospector, and you put mole bags on it. Oh, say less. Oh my god, the frames are not any better. I thought maybe they would be, but this is painful. I almost don't even know if I want to go load my cargo up. Kind of nervous. Well, I think it's just every server, because like I've seen people talking in various servers, and every server seems to be the same impression. Everyone's saying the same thing, like, yeah, not working. I mean, this guy even just said it here. Is server dying for anyone else? So like, this is just crucially unplayable, which sucks. 'Cause I've been wanting to stream for you guys. I've been wanting to play and see you guys and interact with the community and everyone, and I really enjoyed the Sunday streams, and it just feels like every Sunday is like more of this, of the and it's just not very playable. Like, it's hard. Because like, I want to stream, I have the time to stream, I have the ability to do the content, but now this isn't responding. Oh, this is tough. You know, I never noticed that the interaction button is the shape of my controller button. What are we complaining about tonight? What is Sig doing, man? Sig really has got to get a grip on this servers. Like, I don't know what their team is doing, but it's like they're trying to hit 4.0 in Evo, which I think the 4.0 in Evo testing is a ploy to get people excited and interested, right? In 4.0 and let people see it. That's why they lifted the NDA, even though it's like kind of just not as playable as these ones are, which is fine. It's Evo testing. It's supposed to be. The PTU, they probably could have gone without the PTU part. Again, this patch just got so rushed. It was not ready at all. Someone made a declaration of like, hey, you've got to get this patch, right? I'm speculating, I don't know, but I'm assuming, right? Someone told somebody, hey, this will be done by this time, and okay. And they were like, roger that, and then they moved out and they pushed it like they were told to. And now here we are with this patch, and now they've already pushed it, so honestly, I think the best thing they could do is just roll it back a patch. I don't think anyone would be upset if they rolled it back a patch, even took the Zeus out, right? Take the Zeus out, roll it back a patch, and then that way people could at least play. Well, at least that worked. That way people could play at least, and then if people could play, then that would help. Like, if rolling it back a patch would be fine. I thought this was like working kind of, but then the doors didn't close. Bro, bro, what is this? What is this? Star Lancer, that's the other thing that's coming out. Yeah, I mean, they need to start really like they stopped the 3.24.3 patch and started working on the 3.24.2 alpha patch. It's like, bro, just, bro. Oh, bye, baby. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh no. Did it store? Yo, Harold, what's going on, man? Welcome back, dude. Long time no see, man. Welcome, welcome.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
You know, the mole's clutch, man. I'm trying to tell you.
Please visit us again.
Mole is clutch. Fun fact, I always like reading chat because like seeing people's opinions. Like this Mosaica guy, we paid for a game, not a bugfest, right? It's like, technically, if you think about it, you didn't pay for a game. You pledged to support the development of a game. You did not pay for a game. So I don't know. You know, you gotta understand what you're paying for, right? Like, you'd be mad, right? But like, you'd be silly to get mad about this game. It's like, it's an alpha. It's an alpha. This game is not.
Vehicle selected. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
I'm waiting for the elevator to come up, but the door is not to open. The live is I don't know which live you're asking about. The stream has been fun up until until we went to sell our stuff, and now we're kind of trapped, but you know, trapped inside type deal. The live servers are not great. They're pretty framey right now, and I think as we like get started into the middle of the day, right, because it's like 1:21 p.m. Mountain Standard Time for me, it's really I mean, I called my mole up, and as you can see, it is not. I mean, just looking around the hangar is abysmally framey. My frames are at 9. Yeah, like somewhere between 10 and 15 FPS, and my 99% frames is at 4. Render latency 100 milliseconds. Yeah, this is tough, boy. Tough, boy. Yeah, we can give it a look. FPS? 3.7? Yeah, this is low. Yeah, I'm generally familiar with pulling up the console commands. I just don't do it super often. I know his was bad. We'll try his. Jank is a good word for it. I know if it's gonna be a bad server or not based on how this loads. Server FPS 6, 5. Seems better. .5, hovering around 5. He's trying to live. I mean, marginally better. Well, at least we're moving, right? Server FPS was tough, boy. Probably gonna have to claim my ship again. FPS isn't great. 20.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Vehicle selected. Stand by.
Look at that. Ugly.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the police.
Ugh. Well, I feel like we're working now. At least we're not super bad. Oh, here. Oh my goodness. Oh. This PowerPoint is spectacular. Best looking PowerPoint that you are going to see on YouTube right here. What I don't understand is how can the servers be so dramatically different when they haven't changed much since like a week ago? Like, I don't even think they've pushed really a hotfix, I don't think. Hey, what though? When I fly into Lorville to sell this stuff, woo-hoo-hoo. Gonna be tough.
Systems activating. Systems on.
God, Jesus. All right. Okay. Let's see. Oh, I hadn't said that. like the new star map. I find it super cool. Youngsters coming to the game now. They don't know nothing. They don't know struggle.
Quantum travel.
All right, guys. The plan right now is hopefully. Look at that server FPS going up. Hopefully we can get there, load the refinery orders onto the Caterpillar, land in Loreville, and store the cargo. If we can do that, I'm confident I can sell it. Those are very key hiccups along the way that have to be met. It is very concerning for me. Thank you guys for all the likes, by the way. Thank you. I know I don't like kind of get to look for. I don't really get notifications for the likes. I only get notifications for like the subs and stuff. Speaking of, I don't know if. Okay, yeah, there hasn't been any subs this stream. Okay, I haven't missed anybody. Yeah, I wish it would give me like notifications, but it's not like other streaming services. Kind of weird. Bro, I'm nervous. I don't know. I'm nervous because I don't want to lose my orders because it's like probably 1.5 to 2 million in money. That's what I'm concerned about. That's what I don't want to lose. I think what I do want to do though, I kind of want to buy the midnight edition mole paint. No, I don't want the mole itself. I just want the paint. But I don't think you can buy the paint. I think the paint comes with the midnight edition mole, which I'm really surprised they haven't sold that. Like even during IAE, I'm really confused by SIG sometimes. I don't understand why they don't sell certain things. Like I think the Talon and midnight editions of the mole were like initial concept sales or something, but they won't resell them. But like if you were to buy the concierge skin for the Arasha, if you didn't get it when it first released, okay, well when the ship drops or goes on sale, you can go buy that. It's like I don't know, kind of weird. Where's the server FPS at now? It's bouncing around. Yeah, that's average server FPS. Ugly. Minimum 3.3. 4.2 now. Looks like it wants to do better.
Quantum travel complete.
Carbon edition. But I mean, the purple looks just as good. I mean, I have the Hadanite dark purple that I have on here. I also have the Dolovine gray, which honestly, a lot of people confuse those when I have them on. Like a lot of people think this looks like the Talon and thinks the Dolovine looks like or this looks like the Midnight or the fucking Carbon, and they think the Dolovine looks like the Talon. Uh-oh. Okay, there we go. Let's see if we can get this going. They should sell the skins and not make them limited. I am kind of confused of why skins cost different prices in this game. I think that's kind of confusing. Like for best in show paints, I understand best in show paints, right? Those are limited and sale and all that stuff because it's like an event. That is fine. But I feel like a lot of sales they do, like carbon edition mole, right? Like, oh, it's not really part of anything, right? Maybe it's part of the initial release, but that shouldn't be special edition. Best in show paints I can understand, but even concierge paints I wouldn't say should be limited time. Now, I guess you really wanted to like make a limited paint, something like best in show, right? Because it's kind of an event at that point, so that I understand. And also the best in show, and then like an initial concept release, not even concierge, right? That's not what I like. They like to do that with the concierge paints, right? Like when they sell something, they'll sell it at like the concierge paint. No. I'm talking like they should have a paint that when they first sell a ship, right? Like when they announced the Arastra last year, right? That initial paint, that initial sale, the very first one they do should have a special paint that you can only get from the initial sale. That, I think, is really solid. After that, everything should just be available, right? Give the concierge a special paint still, sure, yep. Although concierge paint is just matte black. I don't know if it's like the most fabulous thing in the world. It's just matte black, whatever, sure, cool, yeah. You know, and like it's super special. Like best in show paints are more super special than concierge paints, but well, the problem is those big ships they're such easy ways to make money, right? Because it's kind of funny from a business perspective. The scarcity principle that they use on these concept ships are crazy if you think about it, because it's a digital item. This ship isn't even released yet, right? And they can say, all right, gang, how many Pioneers do we want to sell this year? I don't know, Dave. Well, it costs, I know it doesn't cost $1,000, but I'm just gonna say that. It costs $1,000. And they're like, all right, Dave, let's sell 100 Pioneers this year. Okay, boom. They slap the table, gavel, whatever you want to call it, boom. 100 Pioneers goes on sale. That is $100,000 on one ship. Like, there is no other game that can pull that off, if you think about it. Nah, homie, you were just doing the funky chicken. I saw that. There, yeah, he's doing it. Look at him. Right? Like, there is no game that can manifest that well and say, we're going to release some DLC and we're going to charge $1,000 for it. And we're just going to randomly be like, we're going to sell 100 of these, right? And then they do. And then they do. It's crazy. And then they do. To an extent, I don't think this is necessarily server FPS. I think this is just the game. Because, I mean, the server FPS is decent right now, and it's not doing great. Because if EA was releasing DLC, right, and they said 100, they could sell as many of them as they wanted to, bro, they'd sell as many Pioneers as they could. But then it wouldn't be scarcity though, right? People wouldn't want it because everyone would buy it all at once, you'd run out. But now it's like every year you just generate interest. Especially with the base building thing. You can't tell me that base building from CitizenCon, bro, Pioneer's about to go crazy. Starlancer build, I think, is going to be a better seller than the Pioneer. It's more achievable for the average person. I think that's just going to be way more appealing. Pioneer's cool, but Pioneer is like, I don't know. If you're not building giant space stations, then it's like whatever. You know what I'm saying? Although I did think the giant building tower was pretty cool. Pretty cool. I filled up most of this caterpillar. And we still have 150 SCU left, so that's a pretty respectable amount. Alright, let's go see if we can sell this stuff. If we can get this maybe 4 FPS. Oh, it is. It really is 4 FPS. Whew. Alright, made it through. This cartoon game. All right, Dutcher, man. I appreciate you hanging out, brother. Thanks, man. Really wish the stream was looking better for you guys, so that way it wasn't so eyesore. On a side note, I actually find delivering cargo quite relaxing.
Vehicle selected. Stand by.
Oh, I'm a little nervous about this, but I think I could bed log out of a caterpillar if I really need to.
Please visit us again.
I actually pledged a Drake Ironclad, so when I saw at CitizenCon that the Ironclad was like on the list of like next year possible releases, I was like, what? Stop it. Oh, my Lanta. I was like, stop it. And make me act up. Caterpillar objective is pretty cool shit. You know what I mean? Like, this is a pretty nifty shit. Alright, and the best way, fast way to go is this way. Here. Up the stairs. I like big ships because I think it's kind of fun to explore. Fun to have a lot of access. I kind of want to go check. How's this cargo laid out? Let's see how this cargo grid looks. What's this? Oh, this is cargo. Oh my. Oh wow, that's completely filled up. Okay. Oh my. I think I've had my caterpillar this full before. Oh, no. It's pretty neat. Oh, you even have some stuff in the front. This is pretty full. I mean, this is... I mean, it said there's some space, but I don't know how much space there really is in here. bug.
Hello and welcome aboard your Drake interplanetary craft. Your systems are online. Launch complete.
Oh my god, I didn't want to land.
Landing complete. Launch complete. Landing gear.
Oh my goodness, the server is not even bad. Like the individual server itself, it's really just a game. I don't think it's me.
Quantum drive is now on.
Close some windows. No, I definitely don't think it's me. Did not help the frames. Oh, all right. So we're on our way to Lorville. Download all this cargo. We do have quite a bit of cargo to download. I think it's the biggest load I've taken yet for mining. This is a pretty full Caterpillar, and I'm glad it's in really large containers. I wonder if, when it was putting stuff on my Caterpillar, if it combined cargoes to make larger containers. I feel like I didn't see that many small containers on there. I saw a lot of big containers. Gonna get a mining haul out of here. Get us landed. Get us cashed out. Our frames just jumped up a lot. It jumped up to 80 frames. That's a lot of frames. Huh. Wonder if we're fixed. I wonder if it was on my side. Oh. This is... Yeah, I had DaVinci Resolve open. I didn't realize I still had DaVinci Resolve open. I wonder if that was causing my frames to be so low. Guess we'll find out when we get to Lorville, won't we? Because normally Lorville looks really nice and plays really nice for me, so I would be pretty distraught if I found out the stream was acting like that because I had DaVinci Resolve open.
Quantum drive is now off.
Oh, there it is. think it might have been me. I think I might have been the reason the frames were like that. There is no, so it doesn't make you do the loading function right now for mining. So right now the loading function, I do have to unload it, but it doesn't make you load it in any way. So in that way, refining orders and delivering them is all the same. For that part at least.
Quantum drive is now off.
Yeah, I think I was the reason my frames were like that. I think it was because I had DaVinci Resolve open. I didn't mean to. No, so loading, it doesn't even have the option of like the normal cargo loading that you see like in cities. Nope, it loads them as is. Huh, there's a little cargo area down there. You see a bunch of boxes. That's pretty cool.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
Wonder if I could park my caterpillar there. I think that'd be pretty cool. All right, easy does it, girl. Back this up as far back as we can.
Landing complete.
All right.
Have a pleasant stay.
We're gonna go ahead and open exterior, engine off. All right. Yeah, this is way better. I think that was me. I was blaming the game. I think that's fake news. I don't think the game was doing it at all. I think that was all me. All right. Well, I'm gonna get these big ass boxes out of here. That's not good. we're just gonna pretend like that that didn't happen. Scoot that on out. Come on, come on. Alright, well, we might be able to get this out. Alright, there we go. That was a little scary, but we got her out. That was a little hokey, but we're alright. Oh my, okay. Sure. Oh, it's a 2. Oh, I see. Okay. Alright, I see now. Thing is, like, for dudes who, like, enjoyed Legos as a kid, you guys are all cargo haulers now in Star Citizen, huh? Aren't you? Aren't you? That's all this is. Playing with Legos. I didn't think that was gonna have that much clearance on the top. I'm surprised it did. Yeah, that first group was sketchy. I was a little concerned, but this worked out pretty well. You don't like the cat for cargo? I kinda like the cat for cargo. Because I can like toss everything out the side a lot easier than I can. Oh, wait, no. Than I can like other ships. I mean, a caterpillar is supposed to be modular. A lot of people don't really realize that, but yeah, the caterpillar is supposed to be modular. So it's supposed to be able to take like a medical one and a maintenance one and all kinds of other ones. Like it's supposed to be able to take different things in these little parts. So in that way, it's really helpful. I find the cargo module is pretty cool, personally. And it's really easy to just throw all your cargo out the side like this. So, that's a 16. Okay. I'm gonna fire the dude who stacked these boxes. You know how like some jobs, you know, like a job site, right? Like you have a dude who does something, but he never has a deal with like his work, you know, he just does it. I want to know what dude stacked these boxes, being like, I don't have to unstack these boxes. I don't care. What's really annoying is then I have to put all these in the on the grid too. They really do keep updating, releasing new ships, and the new ships they release are great, but I feel like they need that team dedicated just to like redoing old ships, right? And it doesn't have to be anything crazy, right? But just redoing old ships would go a long way, I think, with the community. Because so many ships need a gold pass or need updating and stuff. And I know they can do it, right? Because they had to go through and add all these fire extinguishers and shit to all these ships, you know what I mean? For that gameplay, like... in that way, I find it kind of funny. Because you know they were like... It like had to hit them, right? Like they had to be like, oh man, this is so cool, right? Oh, wait a minute. We've got to put fire extinguishers on every one of these... all these vehicles. Yeah, it's pretty daunting when you think about how many ships they have, and so many ships are laid out so differently, you know, like it's a lot. I definitely, see, this is what I meant earlier when I was like, I wish they could put you could choose what boxes they went into, because god, dude, this is so annoying. So many boxes. All right, where I really wish they could have just like been in smaller boxes. That'd make my life so much easier. Now I gotta sit here and Tetris these boxes for 20 minutes. At least I fixed the frame problem, so at least you guys aren't looking at this at 4 frames per second. So that's a plus, right? Yeah. Positive side, you know, hunt the good stuff type deal, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? You guys know what I mean. Part of the fun is trying to realize how to unload it. I don't know how this dude stacked these boxes. Like what? But like Kenny in the back, bro, like I still have 2 more segments to go. I still have to do this next one and the front one. How big is this one? Is this the 8? Is this the 8? This is the 8, isn't it? And this is the 16, right? Put that on top. This looks like all the big boxes. Professional Tetris. Oh my god, there's a bunch of little ones too. Oh my Lanta. you guys just joining us, what we're doing is part of Star Citizen is the physicalized cargo. So in most games where something like this might be something you like, you know, just kind of press buttons for and it's done, you have to physically move your cargo from one place to another. So I cannot just call it done. Oh goodness. Let's go up here. Oh, it's a window. Oh, it's tough. Okay. I never unloaded stuff out of the front thing before. And I find this kind of relaxing, but also a bit of a nuisance. You know what I mean? I guess it's kind of better I came out here because I was gonna have to come out here anyway, so if I could reach all of these from here, then it's fine. Don't worry, this will get sped up significantly when I use my big tractor beam on the ship, because the big tractor beam on the ship's just gonna kind of make this super streamlined. To go back in. The problem is I have no way to. Well, is there? I don't think there's a button here, is there? Closes it. Not overly helpful. Okay. All right, back onto the ship. Oh man, it's so nice to have good frames again. 30 FPS is so crazy. You don't realize how appreciative you are of it until you don't have it. Open. Thank you. It's clipped into the building. It's clipped into the ship and it's moving ever so slowly. now it seems like nothing's happening. It is moving very, very slowly. It's trying to unclip itself from the overhang. Aha. Got it. That's really convenient. I'm gonna kill Timmy when I see him. Oh, Kenny. It's a pretty nifty ship, though. I mean, it's just I don't know, all this capability and stuff is pretty nice. Oh, I never knew there was a tractor beam on that side. What? Interesting. Interesting. I know there was two. I guess in that way you could unload cargo twice as fast then by that logic.
Hello and welcome aboard your drink interplanetary craft.
Okay.
Your systems are online.
All right. All right. Now we're cooking. Oh. Okay, all right. All right. We're almost wrapped up here. This is the lightning round, so to speak. I just gotta get in a groove. Once I get in a groove, I can do this quickly. Okay. You're a big guy. Oh, here's a medium guy. That's the ASU container. Okay. Trying to start stacking some of these guys. They're gonna have to be lids. Well, I call them lids. And they're lids because they're they have this weird like 4-panel design. You know what I mean? Okay. I love how they have like little inspection stickers on them. I know my methods, the madness of my methods really didn't really make sense, but now you can see why I had these done the way I had them. Now I can just access everything. Nope. Boom. Okay. You. Just takes a little bit to load all this cargo, especially by yourself. It's kind of the non-glamorous part of being a solo player is this part. Now I imagine doing this. Like I recommend in my new video that like people get like a Taurus or a Caterpillar, because imagine trying to do this with the grav gun I used to load it all onto the floor. Imagine that. Like seriously, imagine trying to do all of this with the grav gun. You would be here all day. I don't think you'd ever get it done. It'd take so long. So long. And honestly, this really cuts into the profitability of mining significantly, because now before you just go down there, right, and drop your stuff off, sell, and you're good to go. And now you have all this extra work that you have to do. Which, I mean, this is a skill in Star Citizen, being able to work these things. Because Lord knows you will do this very often. Alright, everything in the game requires the grav gun in some capacity. Ooh. That's good. Drop that there. You're a chunky guy. Come here, you. These containers are not very user-friendly. I don't think that's set back all the way. There we go. It's a lid. Give me this lid. Open. Much as I was just breaking rocks earlier, I mean, all I'm doing now is playing Tetris. Paid hundreds of dollars to play Tetris. You're real good at it, though. Perfect. A stack a top box on here. Nope, I did not. Wish I could zoom. I can't. That was close. I almost messed that up. But I'd have to go back there and get that. All right. Relive your childhood fantasies of playing Tetris by playing Tetris in space. Inflation went crazy on Tetris. You. I'm trying to avoid all these little ones, because the little ones I can just kind of scatter across the grid. At the end, as opposed to all these other bigger ones, you really have to like take your time and space out the big ones and like figure out what how you want to stack them and make them all fit. Otherwise, you'll be doing it at the end. I'm gonna admire this at the end. But this is 800 SCUs of space. Alright, that fit. trying to find this one a better home. This isn't. There we go. Better. Look at all that space we just made. That's where you're going. I'm just gonna do the old. Oldest trick in the book right there, and just add cheese that. What is this, a 4 or a 2? This is a 2er. I'm gonna find a really good system for these 2s. It's a really nice little convenient. You can back them up all the way to that grid back there, and then they all just kind of fit real nicely together. Perfect. Okay. All right. One of the things I'm kind of curious about is when the Drake Ironclad comes out, right? Is how efficient is that thing going to be at handling cargo? I think that's snapped to a grid. Because I really like the concept of the Ironclad, and I think it's a good looking ship. I think a lot of cargo ability, but like, is it really gonna be like good to use? Which, I mean, honestly, if you could park the front of it, you know what I mean, towards the freight elevator, it might be way better. It might be one of the best ones if you could do that. If you can fit it in such a way that you can accomplish that. That's what I think is going to be the biggest determining factor. Because if so, you can just hop in all these little grab things. Up in a little tractor beam, you know? Go crazy. Speed running it. At this point, I feel like people are just watching to see if blow up my ship. How much money I'm gonna get. That's why big boxes are important, because big boxes are way faster. I have to start refining my orders in such a way that they make as big as box as possible. Avoid this ass pain for me. Add that back there. I'll look at it again. Another square. Oh no, you're flat. Flatten you out. I don't know why I collide them with the ground. It's because the tractor beam will only spin them so fast. But The tractor beam will spin them so fast, but the ground will spin them much faster. So I can collide them with the ground and they'll just go straight into a flatter shape, or if I'm trying to rotate their direction, they'll do that faster. Kind of like that. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Like that. Almost goofed that up though. Almost goofed that up. Flatten you out. Snap into a cargo group is so nice. Gonna start another stack of these. Okay, that's snapped to the grid. That's another box. At this point, I can't really see what all I'm doing. I don't know what size boxes these are. Tetris Master. This is why I stopped doing cargo. Too many sweats. Alright. For how many of these dual boxes are there? Tell you what though, this is gonna look pretty when I'm done. Normally, like, it's like, I don't have this many orders to deliver at the same time, so normally I just like really sling everything in here, because it's like, I don't have that much, but this is like really full haul, so I'm really surprised. I underestimate how long this takes. I thought this wouldn't take as long. I mean, we're like, I don't know, when did I start this? Let's start refining at per L1 again. Like my actual hangar is at Orison, but I feel like that's not really needed for me to. I don't really go back there often enough though. Most of the time. Montanium. Rip that leg off. Doesn't even look like it snaps sometimes. It looks like it just like fits on there perfectly. wonder how perfectly I'm getting these stacked in there. Like, I feel like I'm stacking them pretty well, but at the same time, I can't really see either. So I don't know. Okay, this is a medium one. This takes too long to rotate, so we're just gonna do that. Perfect. And this is the last big box. I think I have an 8. This is a 16. I guess there's an 8 down there. I saw. Okay. And this is an 8. Perfect. Don't you worry. We're gonna rapid fire these bad boys once we're doing little ones, the little ones. That's why like I've been so meticulous in stacking these, because once we get to the little ones, not clicking. Uh-oh. I messed up my boxes. Grabbed the wrong box earlier. Here we go. Right, the little thunk it does. A little suction cup sound. Kind of running out. Almost at the singles. Getting close, fellas. Getting close. I'm just happy the frames are back. That was killing me earlier. That part was, it wasn't even the server. DaVinci Resolve. They really like to put all my shit in 4s. Not a single 32 SCU container in the bunch. Well, I guess because the Caterpillar can't take 32, so. Alright. Now I have to hurt everyone's OCD by not stacking these in really nice stacks anymore. And just kind of doing this as fast as I can. Except for that one. That was the 2. these are is pure coincidence. I am not doing it on purpose. I'm just throwing these back in there, and I just don't want them to go super close to me. All right, and we're done. I think that was everything. I'm going to move my ship a little bit so I can store it. Not quite in a good spot on the platform for storing it. I don't know if it will store or not.
Engines.
Oh, we missed one.
Landing complete. Engines offline.
And the fastest way out is going to be out the side here. That's bug. I mean, look how much time this is taking just to walk this. All right, let's go take a look at our work. Look at that. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. 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 Can jump up there. Beautiful. Oh, yes. Ah, yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Perfect line right down the side. You are off center. Oh, actually, you're as far back as you're supposed to go. You guys are off center. Everything's pretty well on center except this bozo. This bozo's not. There we go. Perfect. Perfection. Oh, look at this. Oh, look at that. Oh, beautiful. Better than porn. Oh, yeah. That tickles my brain just right. Oh, yeah. Well, since it's all snapped to the grid, we can open this up. Everything is here. Lower elevator. Goodbye, things. Well, I would lower my ship down, but I don't want to wait to go across. Oh. Cool ship. Like, objectively, like, you have to admit, it's pretty cool. Yeah. Everyone's got their, preferences for what they like, what they don't like, right? But I like it. I think it's pretty cool. I think the Caterpillar's a nifty ship.
Welcome
Nifty
to
ship.
the ASOC
Got tractors on both sides. Great Caterpillar store. There she goes. Crazy how ships don't even look that big once you store them and stuff. Like, look how small that looks. Oh, dude, dopey, I know. The ironclad's gonna be so clutch, dude. It's gonna be so clutch. What are you excited about for it? 'Cause personally, I'm stoked just because I feel like it fits so many roles. I'm really hoping myself that you could fit a vulture in it. If you can fit a vulture in that thing, say less. That will be like the ship. Which I feel like you could. I mean, it's got a considerable amount of cargo space. It's a pretty considerable sized hangar. I think the Vulture might be a little too big to completely fit in it. But I think that what's the server FPS at? Can't really see. This comms thing. But a Vulture in there, like, you can make some money as a player if you can stick a Vulture in there, because you eliminate so much hassle. You can literally just go salvage, toss it out of your back of your Vulture into your ironclad. It's all loaded on your ironclad already. The only annoying part with the Vulture now, though, is it's single SCU boxes. And as you saw, single SCU boxes are so annoying. So annoying. Oh, dude, it's super cool. Like, the front having a giant ramp, awesome. The top opening up for a giant lid, awesome. Like, you can't beat it. Can't beat it in like in terms of like niftiness and usefulness. It's kind of why I like the Caterpillar. The Caterpillar, it's like, it's unique. You know what I mean? Uh-oh. Oh. 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 Oh no. Let's go to the other one. That's weird. Usually this one always works. I'm surprised this one's not working. Uh-oh. Well, the cargo's stored and my ship is stored. So this isn't the worst thing. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see the misfortune when it comes out of how good that's going to be, because the misfortune will be definitely an interesting one, for sure. I think that one might do 2 SCU boxes. If the Vulture just doing 1, I mean, it's fine. It's just with the loading of cargo now, it's so monotonous. So monotonous. And that way the Reclaimer's kind of nice because you have these nice large boxes that you can print out, you know. I can print out 16 SCU boxes of RMC as opposed to the Vulture, I can print out 1. But I mean, I suppose it's a bit of a trade-off if you think about it, because the Vulture before, you could only fit whatever you fit in your Vulture, and then you went and sold, or the alternative was you could load it onto another ship and sell from there. Fortuna, Fortune, whatever it's going to be called, whatever the ship that looks like a prospector in CitizenCon little shadow reveals they did, whatever that is rumored, no confirmation, right? There's very little info out on the Misk Fortuna, Fortune, whatever it's called. There's very little info out on it, but I will say that it's probably medium mining, just because, I mean, medium salvage, because the head of it looks like the giant salvage head you see on a Reclaimer on a prospector build. is exactly what it looks like. So in that way, I think it's possible that, you know what I mean, it could go really well. And that's needed. I've been saying that the salvage seems really silly right now, because how do you have the vulture, which is like small? Yeah, I mean, it comes in a small hangar. It's small. And the reclaimer was huge ship, right? Super huge ship. Misk ships are cool. Misk is, I mean, they're unique. They're 100% unique. A salvage ship makes the most sense to me because a souped up prospector with just like size 2 mining and larger bags, I mean, it's needed, but I don't think it's needed for that way. Also, it's going to be a relatively large ship, because if you look at it and you can see the person in the background, it has what looks like a mole style elevator and a person standing on it. And you can really get a sense of scale of how big it is. So I would venture to guess it's probably freelancer max / mole sized in a prospector appearance is what it looks like. It looks like it's prospector functionality with the mining head and the rear thrusters. It just looks like it has that body, but souped up to the size of like a freelancer max, which honestly, for a salvage ship, I think would be perfect. I have a vulture. I will 100% CCU that up to that medium salvage ship if that's what it is. If that is exactly what I think it is, that is what I'm doing. Luke, I don't know about huge performance issues. It occasionally has performance issues with like patches and stuff. I mean, I run it on an i9, I think 12.7. I think it's an i9 12.7 is what I run it on, and then a 4070. And I mean, I have this at the highest graphic settings. So, you know, run as 2560, 1480. This is borderless. Upscaling is this, DLS. Very high. This only goes up to high. High. Photometric clouds. Photo mode. Wide view. I turn a bunch of stupid stuff off like VSync, motion blur. Sharpening is just so it kind of looks better for you guys when you're doing that. So, and I have very few performance issues at all. Very few performance issues. All right, let's see what we're gonna get here. Lorville. All right, what are we starting with? 3.58? 3.58, all right. Titanium. This is why I always say I refine stuff like that, because this pays for like gadgets, modules, gas. It pays for that stuff, so in that way, this stuff's really helpful. So 3.58. Complete. Oh, now we're talking. Had me concerned for a second. There's a $500,000. There's another $500,000. I like this new screen. I find this screen a lot more easier to do. Well, I like selling in Loreville because a lot of the materials go for the highest prices here. Gold kind of sucks to be honest with you. Agricium is okay. Barrel 2.7, all right, it's good. Laranite 2.9. Terranite 7.6. Quantanium is always that much. Festonite 2.7. I feel like these prices went up. I feel like some of these didn't used to be over 2.5. I'm kind of surprised they're this high. Boras 3.6. Boras is like a solid middle ground. Bexlite 7.8. It's my baby right there. Like some of the highest prices you can get for stuff are here. Interesting that the loading time goes up disproportionately. I never really noticed that. So if I buy one of these, the loading time is 1:12. But if I buy two of them, it only adds 10 seconds. Only adds 10 seconds, 10 seconds, 10 seconds, 10 seconds, 10 seconds. What? So it's 1:12 for any one container-ish, kind of. So around a minute-ish per. But this only adds 10 seconds per container. That's not a lot. That is not a lot. If you're loading up there on 32 SCU containers, that is not a lot. 16 SCU containers. 7, looks like. That's crazy. Eight, 7 and 8, 7 and 8, 7 and 8. What? Mining is working, Galactic. It just kind of, you have to fiddle with it. So right now, mining on surfaces does not work. So if you go to the surface of a planet, you can scan stuff, you can scan it, you can find it on the scanners, and do all that jazz, but it does not have collision. If you don't know what don't have collision means, it means you cannot interact with them. So because you cannot interact with them, whatever. Yeah. You can't actually mine them. You can fly up to them, you can scan them, you can find them, they'll pop up, but when you hop in a mining turret or if you have the prospector, doesn't matter, does not work. Unfortunately. So, kind of lame. But asteroids work though. Asteroids work fine and as intended. But I wouldn't say you need a super high-end PC to run this game. I don't have, well, I guess it depends on who you ask, right? People who don't have a PC like mine might consider my PC high-end. 64 gigabytes of RAM. I actually have 128 gigabytes of RAM. Yeah, 128 gigabytes of RAM, i9 12.7, 4070. So some people might consider that like a really good rig.
Now arriving from Pisa Spaceport. Stand by and let passengers disembark before boarding.
I'm guessing this, yeah, this one's just not running. I mean, scanning from the pilot seat using scanning mode is very hit and miss for me. Like, I can't really quite get it to work consistently. Like, it'll work, but I can't figure out like what I've shot them. I've interacted with them. I've done quite a bit of, no, come back. I've stared at them. I've increased. I've done so much stuff and it doesn't work. I play Star Citizen on my phone. That's clutch. That's pretty gangster, bro. Send us a picture of your setup. The Polaris likely, I mean, is gonna come out on IAE. I mean, they already said it, and it's pretty much all but been confirmed. And it was their promise earlier when they talked more about it. I do think it's either gonna come out day one, or they're gonna wait till RSI day to do it. Right, like that's the two things. I think if they were smart, they would just release it on day one, just because it would peak hype. RSI never goes first. RSI never goes first. If anything, I think they should release the Polaris on the 22nd. I don't think they will though. They like to do finales and stuff for IAE because after all, it's in a quote-unquote event. So they will probably do RSI last. RSI will probably go last. Just because the Polaris is coming out.
Now arriving. Leeson Station, North Quarter.
Oh, Zim's got like the fancy stuff. Gotcha.
The platform edge when train is approaching.
But honestly, the Polaris is like cool hype for people who have it. But I mean, it's what are you gonna use it for? You know what I mean? It's a big ship, but like honestly, like, what are you gonna use it for? Who are you gonna go fight? Other Polarises, Hammerheads, Reclaimers? Like it'd be good for ERTs and stuff, sure. But past that, I mean, it's gonna lose its appeal really quickly. I think, just like the Hammerhead, it's gonna lose its appeal because it's only good for some things. Fighting other Polarises, getting rid of Hammerheads, ERTs, Reclaimers. So it'll die down relatively quickly. The other ships that come out will, I think, have longer lasting hype. Same thing with the Perseus, right? Perseus looks really cool. Don't get me wrong. I like the Perseus. I think it's a good looking ship. However, I don't think that the Perseus is going to be in the same situation, right? The Perseus is going to be in the same predicament, in my opinion. I think ships like the Ironclad have like huge implications. It's 575 SCUs of cargo, but like no tractor beams either. So how are you gonna handle that? You know what I mean? Not being a negative Nancy, I'm just saying it's not gonna be very convenient. You know what I'm saying? That's not a very convenient way to go about it. Like, I wouldn't want to deal with that.
In her book, Dynamics of a Mindful Life, Maria Hurst has reminded us that good health is the foundation upon which all successful endeavors
Floor 5, room 4.
That's why it is so important to start each day with a healthy breakfast to give all your endeavors a nutritionally balanced foundation.
It does come with a tractor beam? Well, that's pretty good. It might be a pretty solid multi-role large ship then. In that case, yeah. I mean, especially with Pyro, I think it's definitely gonna
Attention all Hurston Dynamics.
become quite popular. Quite popular with pirates.
Medical leave. An authorized medical exemption form is required as proof of inability to perform your duty.
Pirates are gonna go crazy off that thing. Interesting. I didn't know all that about the Polaris. I've not been big into the Polaris. That's pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. I don't know. I'm not as big into the combat ships. I don't even think I really own any combat ships. I have like a Gladius and stuff and all that, but for sure, I think it's gonna. It'd be interesting. Polaris is, I think it's a cool ship. I think it's a cool ship. All the big ships are cool.
In her generosity and a philanthropic inspiration to the millions of lives she's touched. This hospital is proud to be named after the unparalleled Maria Hurston. To honor her work and her memory,
Definitely excited for Pyro because Pyro is going to add new minables into the game, and I can't wait to try those. Oh, Polaris is a powerhouse. I mean, it's going to be like the ERT ship. Like, a lot of people are going to crew Polarises to go do ERTs, which honestly, ERTs are probably going to go up in difficulty because they're probably going to put Polarises in them. They're going to put Polarises in ERTs, and if you don't think they are, you're wild. If Hammerheads and Reclaimers are in ERTs, they're going to put Polarises in ERTs, which is going to be, I think that would be a lot of fun. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Polaris versus Polaris on an ERT would be super cool. Oh, that's sad. Oh. Starlancer Max a solid ship frame. I think that's a really solid ship frame. I think they did a really good job with that. Really smart. Yeah. Polaris and ERTs, yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Polaris ERTs. Mad fun though. What's the cargo from the ERT? I think it depends on what the cargo is. But you should be able to sell it. As long as it's not, is it something they buy though? It has to be something that they buy. So unless it's like a mineable material, well, it depends on what terminal you're at too. It depends on the material or commodity and what terminal you're at. So if it is some type of mineable good, right? Any type of ore, your hadonites, your beryl, all that stuff, that is sold at the TDD. So all that stuff has to get sold at the TDD where you just saw me go earlier. If you are selling it anything else and it's not an illegal commodity, it gets sold at the admin office. If this train doesn't show up, I assume you know where the admin office is, but
Hurston Security reserves the right to search travelers at any time. Now arriving from Tisa Spaceport.
yeah, you have to go to the admin office. Anything that's not a mineable commodity has to go to the admin office. So that could be what your struggle is. So minables, TDD, everything else, admin office. If it's illegal, then you're gonna have to go risk it at a breaker yard. So your weevil eggs, your pelts, I think those are illegal commodities. Obviously all the drugs are illegal commodities. All that stuff has to be sold at a breaker yard, a salvage or breaker yard or whatever. Which are for pirates, but they might not be really on because they what's it called? Because the servers are wonky. Oh, the Polaris will have to have good loot. I think a Polaris and ERT would be a solid place to put gasping weevil eggs because that's gonna be a really difficult ship to kill. So if you're gonna need a crew, and gasping weevil eggs provides a solid experience that it's fun to kill it, it's fun to battle it, you get a good reward from it. I think that would be really, really smart. And that's just me though. I think that would be wise.
Hey, welcome. Great to have you.
I think the Starlancer TAC is definitely going to be one of the best multi-rolls just because it has a decent amount of cargo. It's got med beds, it's got a little small hangar, it's got a ramp, you can drive a vehicle into it. It is so many things that most other things don't. haven't been in a Connie in a minute. It's been a while since I've been inside as Connie. Oh, there's a table. That's cool. I think I read about that. I just never really saw it. That's pretty cool. Lockers. Connie's a cool ship. Engineering terminal. Fuses. People say took the fuse out. What's the Phoenix? It's like luxury sheets. Luxury seats. That is the Phoenix. Never been in a Constellation Phoenix before. It's like a passenger liner. Spirits. The RSI ship crash. Oh, it's a crashed Constellation. It's a weird place to show generator, but okay. What the fuck? That's like an observation deck type deal. Oh, I see. Never mind. I heard about Constellation Phoenix, guys, alright? I'm just gonna... It's all super cool. All nifty. Bed. What's this? Components. Nanoleum. Nanoleum. I like this Shanti marble job they got going on here. What is this? What is this? Is it he cut it perfectly to fit on the bar and then did this terrible job underneath? Looks ridiculous. That does not look aesthetically pleasing. The linoleum is, is solid though. Oh, there's a fire extinguisher. Is that the first one I've seen? This goes to the back. Are the drinks in the fridge real? I mean, real is in their instance, but you can't like touch them. Okay, you can't touch them, but they're there. You just, you know what I mean? They're there for looks. But they're super cool. I wish you could buy all this stuff. Like, I don't know why. Like, some things I don't understand why they don't add to the game that would add to the player experience. Like, all this stuff. Like, buying this at a shop. People would buy this at a shop, right? If you made, like, a little stupid $5 thing in the RSI store and it came with, like, 2 of each of these bottles for your hanger, people would buy that. Like, you would make probably a pretty decent amount of money off that. People would buy that. Like, I feel like that's such a missed opportunity to have, but yeah, whatever. People are gonna do what they do. You know what I mean? Buy now, fly today. Who's this? That's a player. Speak to a sales rep. I want to see somebody sell me on this bad boy. I want to slap the edge of this by this puppy right here. Super cool. I mean, to think that in that Star Citizen demo, not Star Citizen, the Squadron 42 demo, that one of these things got like one-shotted in that battle is crazy. I like the landing gears though. Landing gears are pretty cool. Yeah, love the big ships in this game. All right, gang. Well, I think that's gonna wrap us up for today. We did some mining. We got all of our stuff transported, delivered, sold. You guys have been awesome. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. The mining guide video for 3.24 is coming out on Tuesday. Just keep a lookout for that if you guys are interested in some of the changes, or if you're just trying to learn, you get familiar with Star Citizen, please check that out. Other than that, you guys have been amazing. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. We go live every Sunday from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. And yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. Have a great weekend.